Wow, got quiet. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this December 17th, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. I'd like to call it to order. This is the last scheduled meeting of 2024. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Capps? Here. Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I am here. If everybody could please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the December 10th, 2024 regular meeting.
Move approval.
And I second.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, second by Supervisor Capps. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Next item of business will be our County Executive Officer's report.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I just have two things to report. First is just to acknowledge and thank the Public Defender's Office for the successful sleeping bag drive. This year, the community donated hundreds of sleeping bags and warm weather items from jackets to shoes. In addition, financial donations of more than $2,800 contributed to the purchase of 200 sack lunches, socks, umbrellas, undergarments, and additional sleeping bags. In total, more than 200 people received a sleeping bag, warm clothes, and food at distribution events that took place earlier this month in Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and Lompoc. We extend our appreciation to everyone who donated to this vital cause to help keep our neighbors experiencing homelessness warm and safe. And thank you to the Public Defender's Office for organizing it every year. The second is just a note about the county holiday closure. In observance of the upcoming holidays, some non-emergency Santa Barbara County offices will be closed or have modified hours from Wednesday, December 25th through Wednesday, January 1st, 2025. The full schedule can be found on our county website under news and announcements. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. I have a brief announcement on administrative item number 26. Administrative item number 26 is from the Human Resources Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding salary increases and range adjustments for management and appointed executive classifications. Pursuant to Section 54953C3 of the Government Code, prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for a final action on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of any local agency executive during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. Approval of the recommended salary increases result in new biweekly salaries for local agency executives as follows. The Behavioral Wellness Director at $10,674.05. The Social Services Director at $10,715.38. The Public Health Director at $11,686.21. The First Five Director at $6,785.17. The Planning and Development Director at $9,149.24. The Fire Chief at $10,758.88. The Chief Probation Officer at $8,694.86. The Child Support Services Director at $7,918.95. The Information Technology Director at $10,061.55. County Counsel at $11,191.14. The Public Defender at $11,257.99. And lastly, the Community Services Director at $8,898.51. Additionally, we posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, December 13th, adding administrative item number 54 to the agenda and amending the closed session agenda. Administrative item number 54 is from Supervisor Williams. It is to consider recommendations regarding a contribution of $145,000 to the Glida Union School District for an expanded learning programs pilot universal TK2K care program, Access for All, and a contribution of $17,168.95 to the Harding School Foundation's garden program from the First District Discretionary Fund. Additionally, the closed session agenda was amended to include an item under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation regarding American Medical Response West versus County of Santa Barbara et al., Santa Barbara County Superior Court case number 23CV04250. This addendum has been posted online and made available to the board and the public. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors, methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240, and that concludes my announcements for today.
Well, thank you very much. Next item of business will be our administrative agenda. Any board members like to pull any items from the A agenda? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I'd like to pull A18 for a roll call vote.
Okay, 18, roll call. Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, just A21, not for a separate vote, but just
Got
to
it.
acknowledge.
And Supervisor Williams?
Just A54 for discussion.
Got it. And then, Madam Clerk, do we have anything from the public?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have requests to speak from the public on A1, A3, A14, A48, and A54.
Okay, so I would like to now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for items A1, 3, 14, 18. Well, the ones that we pull for comment, you know what, let's just do all these, okay? We're going to make it real easy. This is my last meeting, so we're going to entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for 1, 3, 14, 18, 21, 48, and 54.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? They pass unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's go to the resolutions with A1, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution honoring John Lansing Duncan upon his retirement from the Santa Barbara County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission. And joining us in person today, we have John Lansing Duncan. And if you can please make your way to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas John Lansing Duncan was appointed to the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, HLAC, on May 9, 2011 by Supervisor Doreen Farr, and was subsequently reappointed twice by Supervisor Joan Hartman, serving with dedication and distinction as Vice Chair of HLAC. And whereas Lansing has a distinguished record of public service across multiple roles in Santa Barbara County, beginning with an appointment to the Santa Ynez Valley General Plan Advisory Committee, GPAC, by Supervisor Willie Chamberlain, and later to the County Planning Commission from 1995 to 2000 by Supervisor Bill Wallace and Gail Marshall. And whereas following his service on the Planning Commission, Lansing was reappointed to the GPAC by Supervisor Gail Marshall and chaired the committee, guiding the development of the initial draft of the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan, and working tirelessly with community members and officials to secure its eventual adoption in 2009 under Supervisor Doreen Farr. And whereas Lansing authored the Santa Barbara County Historic Landmark nomination for Maddie's Tavern, resulting in its designation as a county historic landmark by the Board of Supervisors in 2010, preserving this treasured site in the Santa Ynez Valley. And whereas Lansing has served on various boards of community organizations, including the Santa Ynez Valley Alliance, the Citizen Planning Association, CPA, and the Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN, demonstrating strong advocacy for community planning, preservation, and sustainability efforts. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara appreciates decades of Lansing's distinguished service across a broad spectrum of community and environmental initiatives, and recognizes that his legacy has positively impacted the lives and landscapes of the Santa Ynez Valley and greater Santa Barbara County. Now, therefore, let it be hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby honor John Lansing Duncan upon his retirement from the County of Santa Barbara Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, and for his many years of dedicated service to valuable land using planning and preservation in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Thank you so very much. Especially for this official recognition as I change hats once again. It's been my privilege to serve the community most of the time. I would like to thank all of you, and particularly those supervisors who are also changing hats for your many years of service.
I would be remiss if I didn't thank my wife, who has supported me in all these efforts most of the time. We all know we can't and we don't do this alone. I would be negligent if I did not point out that the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, known as HLAC, has a serious budget problem, one that is aggravated by a rather narrow-minded, short-sighted interpretation of what full cost recovery means. Protecting your historic resources does generate income, but it comes in the way of increased property values, property taxes, sales taxes, and TOT, not the permitting fees that planning and development typically relies upon. Chapter 18A, that empowers and directs HLAC, recognizes the public economic benefit of being good stewards of our landmarks for future generations. Not every owner sees the benefit of landmarking their property immediately, but many do, and some eventually do. And when they do nominate their property, the county should not be charging them for your board's final stamp of approval. This is a recent counterproductive accounting measure that will only discourage property owners. And when HLAC nominates a property, the cost of your final stamp of approval shouldn't come out of HLAC's pitiful $21,100 budget, another recent accounting proposal. Your board should have the last word, as you did in a recent appeal, where HLAC attempted to accommodate the owner's development plans while protecting the resource for future owners and future generations. The same motivation inspired HLAC's recent designation of Cold Spring Canyon Bridge and Arroyo Hondo Bridge. I trust you will endorse protecting those landmark efforts by HLAC and direct staff to find a way for the county to support the protection of priceless historic resources we can't recreate. Thank you for your consideration and this recognition. And thank you to Joe and staff.
Madam Clerk.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item, and we have Gail Marshall here in person.
Former Supervisor, Gail Marshall. Yes.
This room looks smaller. Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm so happy that I learned this long overdue of recognition of Lansing Duncan, and I'm here to offer my congratulations. I was fortunate to have Lansing on the Planning Commission when I took office in 1996. His diligence and insights were very helpful to a newly elected. Lansing also served on the San Ynez Valley GPAC, which ultimately became, years later, the San Ynez Valley General Plan. We worked together, along with many others, on the planning document, the San Ynez Valley Blueprint. And then, 10 years later, as board members of the San Ynez Valley Alliance, Lansing was a guiding force in publishing the 10-year look back at planning in the San Ynez Valley. Lansing, most recently, has been making positive contributions to the City of Solvang's planning and development. Lansing has been a force for good planning, all while being an engaged husband, parent, and grandparent. I know that Lansing's community service will not end with this recognition. It's my experience that one must retire from many things in life. It's my pleasure to be here today to thank Lansing Duncan for his friendship and his service to our community. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I would just like to add that when I think of people in the Santa Ynez Valley who've had tremendous influence, Lansing is really at the top of the list. And he's not a name that comes to mind for most people immediately. You kind of have to be in the know because he's working always in the background. He's the kind of person people check in with just to get a sense of, is this going to work? Isn't it? How does it fit with the history of this place? He's not been one really for the limelight, but a quiet champion. He's not really in it for glory or fame or recognition, but he simply does it because he cares so deeply about
about the San Ynez Valley, the beautiful place that it is, the wonderful people that live there, and the county as a whole. And as you can see, he won't miss an opportunity to drive a point home, which I respect. But I will continue coming to you for advice, as will many other people. So it's changing hats. It's not really retiring the hat. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
oh, Supervisor Williams.
I've watched Lansing's work since 2002 and seen him persevere through times as divided and intense as these. It gives me hope that public servants can do that. And he's taken, as you can imagine, during those times, he's taken more than his share of wounds and hits along the way and kept on going. So I really just respect that, Lansing. I respect the dedication, the perseverance, and the mind that he demonstrates so eloquently.
All right, so let's go to item A2, Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Wendy Sims Moten upon her retirement from the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees. And joining us here in person today, we have Wendy Sims Moten. If you could.
We're going to get there.
Clearly well-loved by all, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas throughout her professional career, Wendy Sims Moten has been a steadfast advocate for children's development and education, ensuring that they have access to resources, support, and opportunities for growth. And whereas Wendy has served with devotion on the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees for 8 years, exemplifying a strong commitment to the children and future of our community. And whereas during her tenure on the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees, Wendy championed a number of significant initiatives, including passing ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, undertaking the construction of modern facilities to meet the needs of our students, and steering the district towards creating housing for teachers and staff. And whereas Wendy renewed the district's focus of every child, every chance, every day by convening the Anti-Blackness Work Group, CABWG, helped to start the district's dual language immersion program and advocated for the mental health and well-being of students and staff. And whereas Wendy's efforts helped lead Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees through tough times and disasters like the 1/9 debris flow. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara recognizes and appreciates Wendy Sims Moten's years of dedicated service to promote a healthy and inclusive environment as representative curriculum for all students. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby honor Wendy Sims Moten upon her retirement from the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees, passed and adopted today.
I'm usually not speechless ever, but I first have to say thank you for this honor, members of the board and Supervisor Capps and Hartman through the chair. Thank you for this recognition and this resolution. And to be able to be recognized and have a resolution for things that's deep in my heart about making sure that the care and education of our children is first and foremost, and we have to protect it fiercely. Because we know when we do that, we are better adults as a result of it. So thank you for honoring me for things that I absolutely love. And I saw you, Supervisor Williams, First 5 Commissioner, honoring our little one here. So I want to recognize that too. So I saw that and appreciate that, because when we acknowledge our babies, they know that they're seen and they're heard and they're a part of who we are in our adult world. And they can actually be examples of how to work through conflict resolution in a way of using your words positively and respectfully. And so, as leaders, sometimes we forget that as adults when we come to public comment. We forget how to do that. So often I found myself saying, did you go to preschool? Did you learn your conflict resolution, in terms of that? And we need to forget that. But the more that that's ingrained with us in the early part, it carries through. And everything, the way we treat and care and educate and nurture our children, we are the sum of that, of all of that as adults. We are better adults as a result of that. And my time, I love Santa Barbara Unified. And I know that it was Tuesday Night Live on Santa Barbara Unified. I understand that. But we were working through hard things. We were hard at work working through hard things. And oftentimes when passion merges and intersect, you get a lot of things. It's almost like the explosion that's kind of going on. But it was all for the fact of how do we educate and create a learning environment for our students so that they feel safe, that they feel seen, that they feel heard, and that we are inspiring them to be better citizens. And what are we, and the things that we're doing here at changing systems at Santa Barbara Unified, I see my family here, thank you guys so much, in terms of we were doing big change. And one thing that I began to understand as we were making that change is that people feel loss of the way things used to be. And so as that, we need to acknowledge that there's loss and figure out, you may be feeling like you're losing something, but there's a better game because as we do this, it's going to be a better system for all. And sometimes you have to target a community that has been historically harmed and hurt, which is what we did with our Black African-American students. It's been historically harmed. And so we had to start there and figure out how do we figure out a way that we mitigate that. And once we do that, because you're creating a system that's recognizing everyone, and it's going to be better for everyone. And so we, at Santa Barbara Unified, no name calling, no disrespect. We're here about educating and inspiring. And so that's hard work. That's hard work to do, and I'm grateful that I was there to continue to plant some seeds. We started to plant the seeds in 2016, Supervisor Capps. We came in with explosions, things that we had to do. And so to be able to serve with folks who have the courage to make the hard decisions when you're facing pushback, facing recall, all the things that you're facing. But you as leaders, we know even in these difficult times that we're facing, that we're going forward, we have to know why we are leading and have the courage and the conviction to go forth doing that. So and lastly, I would say, I want to say too, we're reading this book at the urging of Supervisor Capps, writing for busy readers. So I also want to add another tack on. I'm going to speak for busy listeners. So I'm going to conclude my comments to say I would be very remiss if I did not turn around and say thank you for these folks who prayed for us, sent texts in the middle of the night when we were still there at midnight, having a hard meeting, making hard decisions, making sure that everybody felt heard, even though it was hard to hear some of the things that they had to say. But I want to thank every one of you who sent that and said, are you okay? Keep going, stay in the struggle, because in the end, you're going to have a better system that is inherited by those who are coming behind. Every time that we start a system, it must be better from the way that we had it. And it's encouraging others to make it better when they leave. So thank you so very much for being here today, and thank you for supporting Santa Barbara Unified. And lastly, I will say that the care and education of our children must be an untouchable entitlement. So when we look at budgets, and it's anything talking about cutting money for students and children, that's a no. That's a pass. We're going to keep going. So thank you so much for this. And thank you. And lastly, and also I want to acknowledge my uncle, who is 90 years old. Because he is one of those wonderful ancestors that are doing the work to see folks like me rise. So I'm so proud to be part of that family. So thank you. And Santa Barbara Unified, that's who we are. We are the pride of Santa Barbara Unified. So keep working hard and doing the hard work. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. What a treasure to take this moment to honor Wendy Sims Moten. She and I served 6 years of her 8 in the trenches, Santa Barbara Unified. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado, for being here. This is a woman, I can't think of anyone more, who lives and breathes for our children. It's her day job. It's her night job. She's a mama. And she takes, one thing I just want to add to what you said, and I love every word, and I love the enthusiasm and support in this room. But she also, I love how when we're at meetings that might be talking about something completely different, you always bring children back into it. You make us stop and think and kind of bring us all together about what's best for our youngest members of our community. And that's just a testament to how much kids aren't, this isn't just something you do. This is something you live. And you really gave so much of your heart and soul to a school system at a really challenging time. So thank you, Wendy. Thanks for inspiring me. Thanks for serving all of us. I'm just excited for what you get to do next, especially on Tuesday nights.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I am so glad we still have you in the county family with First Five. And my experience with you has been not so much with the school district, but very difficult times after the death of George Floyd, and the county was wrestling with how it should go forward. And you were the trusted advisor who came and really helped us shape our DEI statement. And it's tough. You may talk about being a positive, respectful, but you're also very firm, and you're trusted. And we needed that. We needed you at that moment, and I'm so glad we still have you, and I'll forever be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just want to speak to Wendy's calm strength. We're surrounded sometimes with folks who, I guess, speaking of listening and learning as kids, of adults who don't always seem to learn something from their houses of worship. Wendy is obviously someone who did. I can't think of anybody that I've known that meets the ideal set out by Martin Luther King Jr.'s quote, "We will meet hate with love. We will meet physical force," I suppose in her example, more vitriol with soul force. Wendy, even in a stormy meeting, always shows respect, which is, I'm sure, not always easy to do, and tries to create a situation where people can learn and people can come around, the space to come around. That's what calmness and respect can do. And I have learned so much from it. I hope I will learn more from it soon.
And Wendy, I've just really thoroughly enjoyed my time serving with you on First Five. And it's funny because I think sometimes our Tuesday meetings get a little crazy with public comment. And I'm like licking my wounds, and I get home and then I see what you deal with at school board. And I'm like, right on. Okay, that's fine. So as Dawes said, it's not always easy to be respectful, and he probably was looking at me when he said that. So I've learned a lot, watching how you run a meeting. So you will be missed, but I'm sure there's greater things ahead too. So Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Labanino. And Wendy, just thank you for your ongoing service and your relationship that you and I share. As Supervisor Hartman was talking about, our county's DEI statement, as a early on in my tenure here on the board, that's when that item came up. And Wendy and I spent a couple hours going line by line, having a very intense conversation about two people who come from different sides of potentially the political aisle, trying to find common cause and get to the heart of the issue. And some words are more loaded than others, but just talking that through was a great experience. And I'm looking forward to further conversations with Wendy and others in our community. Hopefully that's a great example that could be set for others. So thank you, Wendy, for your service in the school board and your ongoing service to our community. Thank you.
All right, that takes us to item A3.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by
Hold on just a second. I'm sorry. So right after this item, we're going to be having there's going to be a reception in the Board of Supervisors conference room over here in honor of Wendy Sims Moten and her dedicated service. We're going to invite everyone to join us in celebrating her retirement. It's going to be hosted by the NAACP. But first, we're going to do A3. That's right.
And I just want to make sure everyone knows retirement from the school board, not from us.
Yes. Retirement from the school
Yeah, don't
board.
make me crazy, Wendy. Thank you.
All right. Item A3.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by the Board of Supervisors. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Supervisor Doss Williams for over 20 years of faithful and distinguished service to Santa Barbara County. And we have County Supervisor Doss Williams here. And before we go to the resolution, I will go to CEO Mona Miyasato.
This is a very difficult day for many of us and to read this resolution, but before we do, we put a quick little video together, and so we hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
As Doss Williams completes his tenure on the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, we reflect on his years of public service and the initiatives he supported. His political career started on the Santa Barbara City Council, focusing on renewable energy and sustainability. In the State Assembly, he co-authored legislation to address climate change, gun safety, and access to higher education. As supervisor, he championed clean energy. He supported the approval of California's first coastal wind farm, guided the county's transition to Central Coast Community Energy to lower greenhouse gas emissions, and worked to transition the county's vehicle fleet to zero-emission vehicles. Doss also prioritized public safety and emergency preparedness. He supported rebuilding efforts after the Thomas Fire and 1-9 debris flow and helped implement projects like the Randall Road Debris Basin to reduce future risk and protect the community. In addressing homelessness, Doss collaborated on opening the county's first tiny home village to help get people off the streets and the support they need to transition out of homelessness, a model that has now been established successfully in 3 locations throughout the county. He also supported working families by helping to create additional child care spots and enhance public service by stabilizing library funding and protecting parks and trails. His dedication throughout the years is appreciated by those throughout the county, state, and country.
Doss, just want to recognize you for your 2 decades plus of commitment, service to our community in your roles as an organizer, as a city council member, as a county supervisor, as a state assembly member. You've shown a lot of dedication to the Central Coast, and we are grateful for that. I want to wish you the best, to you, to Johnny, to the girls in the next chapter.
Congratulations, Doss. It's been a real honor and privilege to serve with you. I miss our time sitting next to each other on the Board of Supervisors, but I know you'll do amazing things at this next chapter of your life. Thanks for your public service.
Doss, I've appreciated our partnership working in local government to improve the lives of Santa Barbara County residents. I appreciate all that you've done in housing, to address climate change, and to provide for the safety net of those who need it the most.
Thank you, Doss Williams, for your years of service and dedication to Santa Barbara County.
I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Supervisor Doss Williams has served the people of Santa Barbara County for more than 20 years, from the Santa Barbara City Council to the California State Assembly to 2 terms representing the 1st District on the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. And whereas in his fervency to serve the public, it would not be unheard of for our Freegan colleague Doss to be seen hitching a ride to the Board of Supervisors meeting from a freeway on-ramp, scrounging for a tie or other articles of clothing to borrow before a meeting, or giving out his personal cell phone number live on TV to constituents in need during a disaster. And whereas Doss is a crusader for clean energy, he played a pivotal role in the county's decision to join 3CE Community Choice Energy, champion projects like the county's electric vehicle fleet, climate action plan, and the Strauss Wind Energy Project, the first coastal wind farm in California. And he is an outspoken advocate for the realization of utility-scale solar in our county. And whereas Doss consistently prioritized supporting union work and fair wages, championing county workers' needs ahead of those in management, and ensuring that those who serve the community most directly are recognized and valued. And whereas Doss is a servant leader and has demonstrated profound compassion, hospitality, and love for our community's most vulnerable. He has supported transformational housing projects like Dignity Moves, and also has the humility to participate in the annual washing of the feet of our homeless friends and neighbors. And whereas Doss has been a steadfast supporter of tenants' rights, working to protect renters from unfair practices and advancing protections. And whereas Doss has continually sought to bring diverse groups together, exemplified by his partnership in the historic Camp 4 agreement with the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. And whereas Doss recognizes the importance of opportunities for children and has prioritized increased funding for our libraries and increased the number of accredited childcare spaces in our county. And whereas Doss understood the critical need for fairness and governance and played an essential role in creating the Citizens Redistricting Commission, ensuring the voice of the people is truly reflected in the boundaries that define our communities. And whereas Doss has been a fierce advocate for the sustainability of the Cuyama Valley, fighting to protect its critical overdrafted groundwater basin. And whereas Doss showed leadership and resiliency through many disasters, including the Thomas Fire, the 1/9 debris flow, that devastated the residents of the 1st District, and then oversaw the construction of the Randall Road debris basin, a major public works endeavor. And whereas Doss has shown a unique capacity to stand for what he believes is best for the whole Santa Barbara County, even when it is politically challenged, and even when he has faced personal or political costs for standing firm in his principles. And whereas Doss is known for his profound belief in the capacity for redemption in everyone, be they wicked or righteous, and for leading with a heart that holds space for the complexities of human nature, extending respect and hope to all. And whereas Doss's dedication to the community and the underserved can at times come off as preachingly righteous, it's truly a testament to his authenticity, tenacity, and steadfastness in uplifting the marginalized. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and commends our colleague, Supervisor Doss Williams, for his 2 decades of public service and dedication to improving the lives of all residents, his tireless commitment to the values that define this community, and his indomitable spirit that has helped shape the future of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
All right, let's go on to the next item of business. I'm just kidding. Do we want to start with the public? Yeah, let's start with the public.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak from the public on this resolution, and we are going to begin on Zoom with Pamela Baxuck, to be followed by John Abraham Powell. Pamela?
Thank you. My name is Pamela Bazook. I live in New Cuyama. I want to thank you, Supervisor Williams, for all the work and support you have given to the Cuyama Valley, especially to preserve the waters that's left, and also for serving on the GSA, which is not an easy job. I also want to thank you for bringing more awareness of the valley to the entire Santa Barbara County. Thank you so much, and I wish you very well in all your endeavors in the future. Thank you.
And we will now go to John Abraham Powell, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Gail Marshall. John?
Chair, members of the board, can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. I just am calling in to thank Doss for his many years of service as supervisor to the county. The first district has been through the absolute ringer during his tenure on the board. In 2017, we experienced the largest wildfire in California history at the time. And immediately following, we had the largest natural disaster in Santa Barbara County history, the horrible 1/9 debris flow. We've been through repeated, exhausting evacuations in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and even in 2023. We've had additional flooding in 2023 and even on Easter in 2024. This has been a difficult period. And throughout these times of hardship, Doss has maintained a close connection to community leaders and organizations that were working to support the community through these crises. An example of this back in 2018, when my wife and I decided that it was time for people to start digging out our neighbors on January 28th, 2018, Doss was there digging with the first 50 members of the Santa Barbara Bucket Brigade. A lot of people thought we were crazy, the idea of digging hundreds of homes out by hand. But Doss showed up anyway and dug with us. And that ended up turning the tide and helped to lead to a very significant community resilience response. Following that, when the community asked for flexibility to rebuild for resilience in response to flooding and the debris flow, Doss worked to help the survivors get the support they needed to start their recovery effort. He also worked with homeowners to create a new debris basin that actually a permanent debris basin that actually helps protect the community in perpetuity from future disasters in an incredibly vulnerable area. This was really hard work that was, above and beyond the call of duty. I want to thank Doss for being a consistent voice for the environment on the board, work that has become more and more important as we face the steadily increasing challenges of life in a changing climate. Real progress has been made on renewable energy and reducing pollution and protecting the public for the future. So finally, I just want to note that Doss has had a lot of courage and been willing to take the heat for some difficult issues, including defending access to the public right-of-way, where I've been working to restore and build safe routes to schools since the debris flow. All of this work has taken a lot of energy and courage and persistence, and those are things I really appreciate in a community leader, and also just the willingness to listen and partner and collaborate with the rest of the community to try to actually get things done. So Doss, thank you so much. Appreciate you, man, and best of luck in your next endeavor.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with former Supervisor Gail Marshall, to be followed by Dr. Lee Heller. Gail?
Mr. Chair, members of the board again. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that. Thank you for your service to our community. Your big decision now is to decide what to do with the time that's given you. And as I commented about Lansing Duncan, you have many things left to retire from. You're going to have lots of accolades. Your career will be discussed. There is one, many will have much to say about you, but I am the only voice from 24 years ago when I was served with a petition of recall. You stood shoulder to shoulder for the longest time in that dark period You have my gratitude. Thank you.
We will now go to Dr. Lee Heller, to be followed by Tom Fayram. Lee?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I'm going to try not to cry too. Thank you for this resolution, and Das, my gratitude to you is overwhelming. I can't believe Gail inadvertently did a Lord of the Rings reference there. Did you catch that? And she doesn't even know she did it. The words that keep coming up for you that also came up for Duncan, Lansing, and perseverance, taking the hard blows, that is you. What I think people don't know about you is how good you are at getting, pardon my language, shit done. So in 2007, when the city of Santa Barbara was going to cut the animal control program more than in half, from 4 officers and a program head, the program had 24 years on the job and was going to lose her 25-year retirement. I went to Das, he worked his magic, Pam kept her job for another year, got her 25-year requirement, and we ended up with 3 officers instead of 2. That's the level of granular competence that makes DAS so incredibly valuable at the bottom of what you guys do. Same thing in this past year. You know, I've been to you about the veterinarian salary. This is a pretty heavy hurdle, although it shouldn't be. DAS is the guy who went to the union and got them to step aside as an obstacle to that. So I have a tattoo that is a Celtic symbol for persistence that I got one year when I was dealing with the Lompoc Animal Services contract and the city of Carpinteria. It doesn't begin to describe me compared to Das. And like Wendy, another amazing person in this room, he takes phone calls at all hours of the day and night. Have you ever seen Yash do an impression of him? It's this. Yeah, 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 Das. Yeah, 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 Das. He works all the time. So what I know is that whatever he does next, A, I'll get to spend more time with him socially, which I'm grateful for, and B, he will have a massive impact because that's who he is and that's what he does. And Das, I'm going to finish by saying of you what you said of Vaughn. You are a keeper of the flame imperishable, and I thank you.
We will now go to Tom Fayram, to be followed by Gail Teton-Landis, who is our final speaker on this item. Tom?
Good morning, members of the board, Supervisor Williams. Thank you for the opportunity for me to say a few things about Supervisor Williams with his departing from the board. First of all, Das, thank you for your service to our community. And thank you for the support that you gave us in Public Works through some hard times. We worked with Supervisor Williams days and weeks up to the debris flow, weeks and months after. One meeting sticks out for me. We attended a lot of meetings, but one meeting was particularly hostile and became personal. And Das stood up and put an end to that. I don't know if you remember that meeting. I do. So I just want to say I wish you the best in, at your fork in the road, and wish you well in the New Year's. Mr. Chair, members of the board, happy holidays. CEO Mia Saddle, good to see all of you, and I wish you all the best in the new year as well. Thank you.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Gail Teton-Landis. Gail?
Good morning, everybody. I just would like to thank Supervisor Das Williams for his many years of service. He has been a strong environmentalist, a leader on homeless issues, and we are all better because of his tenure. As the former chair of the Santa Barbara County Democratic Party, I want to thank him also for his willingness to help new candidates and newly elected officials with guidance. He has set a wonderful example of going out, walking and knocking on doors to speak to constituents about issues and other candidates running for office. Finally, I appreciate he brings his daughters to work. He has shown through the years a strong love for community, county, and family. Thank you, Das.
And that completes public comment on this item.
I'm sorry, do we have a presentation online?
Excuse me, Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we do have an additional presentation via Zoom. Congressional certificate presentation by Congressman Carbajal's office, and we are going to Zoom with Amisha DeYoung Dominguez. Amisha? And Amisha, you are on mute. Oh, there we
Can
go.
you hear me now? There we go. Yay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I heard everyone saying that they were going to conclude comment. I said, no, no, no. I put mine in. There's no way. Hi, Dawes. I just wanted to echo all the things being said and just add maybe a perspective that hasn't been shared today. In addition to all the wonderful things you've done with your career thus far, and you're still going to do so much more, you've been so impactful, I think, to so many young professionals in our careers. It was so extremely influential to me. Um, you know, Working in your office, my first job out of college at a UCSB. And when I think back on kind of all the influences that put us together, that put us in the same spots, I'm just so, so grateful for my my time on your team. There's just so many stories. I think all the funny stories about, just your personality, you'll be calling someone, borrowing this, borrowing that. You definitely borrowed one of Lucas's shirts or pants or something at some DEM convention. And you've had me over when I was dealing with whatever my personal woes at your house. And you're just, in addition to just all the wonderful things you've done substantively with your career, you're just so accessible as a human. And I'm very proud to say that we share friendship at this point. And I would be remiss if I missed this very important day of yours. And because I have the power to bestow a congressional certificate, I would love to present you with one of these. I will give this to you in person, just as an official congressional recognition for all of your wonderful, wonderful work thus far. And we do expect much bigger and better things moving forward. But I am so happy for you and for Johnny and for the girls and, your time at this point. So just wanted to say good luck, and we'll be in touch soon.
Okay, I'll bring it to the board. Supervisor, why don't we just roll it on down? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I was listening to a podcast recently that Doss was on, and it reminded me of a story that, Doss both go into a lot of things about heroes, whether they're historic or mythology or fantasy. But in heroes, there's always an origin story. And actually, Doss and I have a connection, an origin story. Our grandparents went to church together at a church in Ojai many, many years ago. And it's just amazing that two grandsons of that congregation are now serving our communities, and sometimes on different sides of the dais and sometimes on different sides of the aisle. But, all in all, always trying to serve the people that we represent. And, when I hear from people that complain about maybe a decision, I like to remind people that we have constituencies, and I think you've done a really good job, from my perspective, on serving the constituency, serving the people of your district and our county. And it's made me a better servant and a better supervisor. And I really believe that you've always chosen, or most of the times chosen, the right thing, even if it's not politically expedient. You think about, in the resolution, even the citizen redistricting. That was not necessarily a smart political decision to support that, but it was the right thing to do, really to return the power to the people. And you brokered a deal there and a resolution that I think made Santa Barbara County a leader in that area on making sure, citizens had more power in our community and not necessarily the political elite. And so I think, that has been something I've always admired about you as well. Also, just think about what you've done in your own district, whether it's the Randall Road debris basin or just even the fight with your Hot Springs neighbors. You've not backed down to those that are always in power because you've always chosen the right thing to do. So again, as a supervisor and as a colleague and as a friend, as a fellow girl dad, I just really appreciate your service, and I look forward to cheering you on in your future endeavors.
Supervisor Hartman.
Doss has been my closest partner on the board, and as I think of things in my tenure that I'm really proud of.
What? No, I'm just kidding. Did you not know we were going to be here? Okay.
The things that I'm proud of in my tenure, community choice energy, negotiating a deal on Camp 4, the Gaviota Coast Plan, the community workforce agreement, Strauss Wind, every budget, you've been my partner. And I think Lee Heller really captured it with granular competence. That really is a great way to describe you, because there's always subtleties and always an angle that you get to issues that I never thought of, and I'm always enriched by our conversations. One thing that's really impressed me is after the election, you didn't let up one little bit. You've been cheerful, you've been invested, you've been informed and on time.
Let's not go too far.
And it's you know, it's easy to be a great winner. It's harder what you've done, and you've really shown us all what a real character, what fine character you have. On this board, I've often felt like I'm on a teeter-totter, and you counterbalance me. And I feel like I'm going to plop down, and I'm going to miss you terribly.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, it's funny. When you think about Doss Williams, conservation of energy is a hallmark, right? But in fact, it's the opposite of the way he approaches his work. He is full throttle energy. I have had the pleasure of working with him for the last 2 years, but also sitting next to him and just feeling the reverberation of the energy by which Doss approaches this job. His public service is fueled by a renewable energy that comes from a deep place of faith, of commitment, and it's contagious. I want to thank you for that, because it is, I've benefited from the contagious factor of the renewable energy by which you approach this work. I know that if I need to jump in on a crisis, like a mass eviction in Isla Vista, that you'll be there. If we need to jump in and support immigrant rights in the aftermath of an election, that you'll be there. If, as we'll hear later today, if we need to continue to push forward, not backwards, on criminal justice, that you'll be there. So, and also too in your parenting, it's that renewable energy, that spirit that you parent, that can, again, comes from such a deep well, a well of a source that is so unique to you. And I just appreciate having benefited from the reverberation of the energy that you embody. Thank you, Doss.
Awesome. So, first off, I want to thank Doss's staff. First District staff's been outstanding. They are
Good point.
Possibly the loudest. Oh, okay. Well, you do have Gina. That's true. In a second. But to hear, I'm going to miss Darcel's yell from the First District office all the way down, Corey, you know, like, so, and as many other people stated, if we could turn off the AC in honor of Doss, you know, that would be helpful. But just, you know, the way I even went on a DC trip where Doss brought one of his daughters. And so, you know, he really incorporated his family into everything. So it was weird because I didn't write anything, and I think it's because I didn't want today to happen, you know. So, but we're here, so I got to come up with something. So I just started scrambling some ideas. And the weird thing, the word that popped out to me for Doss is aspirational. Like, he really was frustrated at the county because we couldn't make the world a better place faster, right? It was always like, man, what's the holdup on this item that we can't get done quicker? We should be doing these things much faster. And which kind of went against the grain of what I'd always heard about you, which was, you know, you're this, you know, environmental stalwart government person that's all tied up in bureaucracy. But this is a guy that really wanted to cut through all of that. I didn't want to like Doss when he first got here. My first exposure to him. All I had always heard was, oh, there's this crazy guy down in Santa Barbara, and I didn't have to deal with him. And then I got on LAFCO, and he authored this legislation to create IVCSD, right? So he would come to LAFCO, and I was always like, man, who is this guy? He's driving me crazy. Well, then he got elected to the Board of Supervisors. And my first interaction with him was he wanted to ride home from Sacramento, and I was with my wife, and I was like, okay, okay, yeah, that sounds good, because he had factored out the GHGs, and it was better to take a carpool ride with me than to get on the train. So I was like, okay. And by the time I got to Santa Barbara, I really, I liked him, and I guess he wore me down a little bit because, when you think about what I really liked about him, what got me was you don't always get this from politicians and public servants, is a true believer, right? So I always tell people, I came one day and I was wearing a new suit, and I think Joan said, "Hi, Steve, I really like that suit." And I said, "Oh, thank you." And then Doss said, "Well, where was it made?" And I was like, "I have no idea." And he goes, "Well, you should look." So I looked in there, I was like, "Oh, shoot, Bangladesh, or something like that." And he's like, "Really? Steve, you can do better. Like, that's not made in the U.S., So I started realizing that Doss wears clothes that are made in the USA by union workers who are being paid a living wage. They're working in a solar-powered workspace with gray water integration. They don't drive their EVs to work because they've actually transformed their workplace into a living space. And at night, they eat food from their communal garden, right?
And Steve, if I could add,
Yes.
it's secondhand.
Yes, it's secondhand. Yes, secondhand also. Where I really grew to respect Doss a lot up on this dais was when he challenged. It's easy to challenge the other side, right? So it's easy for North County to complain about South County, South County complain about North County. And we were on a really difficult subject, and it was Tahigas landfill is obviously it's getting filled up. And so there's a lot of people that don't like Tahigas where it is. Nobody does. I don't know what Board of Supervisors ever approved that location, but there were a lot of people in here from the environmental community saying we should not vote to expand Tahigas. We should vote to truck our trash somewhere else. And I know that was the easy thing to do. And Doss stood up to a public commenter and said, "You cannot call yourself an environmentalist if you're not going to make the right decision on a tough decision." And that's where I was like, whoa, okay. He's in this. And so you made me actually rethink a lot of my own values. And I think, if you think about it, I voted to join 3CE. I drive a hybrid, I'm not all the way there yet, hybrid Prius. And I don't know if Dignity Moves in Santa Maria, if you think about it, would have happened without you, because you really got Bob and I more thinking about that portion of the community. So I think the best thing to say about somebody is, I'm a better person for serving with you. And I got you something that I think kind of goes back to some of our other days. And it's a little wall art for your office, whatever your next office is, but it's a portion from Theodore Roosevelt, and I'd like to read it real quick. It's April 23rd, 1910. And it's called "The Man in the Arena." And I read this to my dad the other day. Oh well, forget it. So I'll have the clerk read it, because I'm not going to get through it. You got it, Jacqueline.
I'll see if I'll do you justice, Steve. The man in the arena. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles. Excuse me. Or where the door of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Theodore Roosevelt, April 23rd, 1910.
So the time is yours.
Well, the Bible would call this an embarrassment of riches, and that's how I feel. Not monetarily, Mona. We're on a bare, balanced budget. I agree with that. But just, I feel surrounded by the goodness of what can be accomplished, right? And I just want to thank first the voters. You know, you saw that picture of me for my first election. You know, I think Josh got it right that I was sworn in when I was 29, but I started campaigning when I was 27. So that's if I looked like I was fresh out of college. I didn't like people saying that at the time. I was like, oh, I've been out of college for like 6 years. What's it? But I, for most of my young life, had a deep rage. Like the earliest emotion I can remember feeling as a kid is rage at the realization that the world isn't as it should be, right? Like I can remember feeling that at 5. And the fact that the voters have trusted me 11 times to make a difference, that I am so grateful. I am so grateful to get a chance to do some good, because that's the thing that changed that in my heart from rage to love. You know, I did not do it alone, though. And I also want to thank just the amazing staff that I have, the amazing groups of folks that have been part of the operation at some point. You saw a couple of them and have moved on to do great things. And the amazing staff that works here at the county. I don't know if people, I know that people don't know how much every part of the county, whether it's social services or public safety or general services. I mean, these are things words that don't mean something to a lot of folks, but they're all folks who are trying to make our lives safer, better, our world better. And it has been such an honor to work with all of you and to struggle with all of you through natural disasters, through the slow-moving natural disaster that is climate change, and the tough results of getting things wrong in the past. You know, I want to say, first of all, I don't believe that I, made every call right. Only Darcel and my wife and maybe my pastor know how much I wanted to get every call right. But when I represented you in the legislature, you voted on a couple thousand bills a year, and you get some of them wrong. But I also know that it isn't about making every call right, because that's impossible. It's about trying to make the world better every day. And I think that's kind of like, I think one of the reasons why Steve had a hard time I thought this guy was a true believer. How come he can work as a pragmatist? I think that is a contradiction, maybe. I think it's partially because I grew up, in a struggling, sometimes one-parent household without any money. To me, incremental change does save the world. And a place like the county is a great place to make that constant incremental change. So I just want to leave you, of course, with a narrative on climate change and homelessness, because I just think it's really important. Yesterday, I was doing a Zoom interview with a local college student, a local kid who had gone off to Chapman University. And she, was struggling with the idea of how human trafficking could take place in our community. And I think it's an existential question, but a very pragmatic question to ask: how can things this evil persevere, right? And I think it's only because we have a tendency to tell ourselves stories, to tell ourselves narratives of disempowerment. The most important one is the thing we tell ourselves about the environment, about about most things in the world, which is that one person doesn't make a difference. All of the mistakes that we have made as a society is a result of one person making a difference the wrong way, right? And every achievement we can make is the result of one person making a difference, and that collecting with other people making that decision to fundamentally change society. And society has changed, and society has improved in so many ways. We've got big challenges, but we will make a difference. You will make a difference. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, want to thank you for allowing me to make a difference with you.
All right, we're going to take a brief recess now to hold a reception in the Board of Supervisors conference room. It will be hosted by the NAACP, and we will be back here in, you tell me, Mona, what do you think? 45 minutes, you said? No, 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes. We'll restart the business. That doesn't mean the party's not going to still be going on, but yeah. What's that? We'll start back at 10:40. All right, I'd like to reconvene this meeting of December 17th, 2024. And we will now take up the administrative items pulled in numerical order. And I know items, well, yeah. We took items, we did not vote on items 1 and 3, I don't believe either. So why don't we do the resolutions real quick? Can I get a motion to approve items 1 and 3?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? They pass unanimously. Okay, that takes us to agenda item 14, 814.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 14 is from the Clerk Recorder Assessor Elections Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the certification of election results for the November 5th, 2024 presidential general election. And we have one request from the public on this item. We're going to Santa Maria with Philip Gallanders. Philip?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Philip Gallanders, and I'm an assemblyman of the New California State. I rise to speak against the acceptance of agenda item A14. For by this item, the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors are to certify as legal, true, and correct the results of the 2024 election. If the board does so certify, then the board members who vote to certify are actually voting to certify a false flag operation. How is it a false flag? The election of 2024 in California was conducted wrongly under two competing and contradictory laws. The underlying federal law is the 2002 Help Americans to Vote Act. This act in part provides federal funds to state and local election authorities in order to cover election costs. To access these funds, the local authority must guarantee that they will agree and adhere to the rubrics of HAVA. The HAVA Act demands in return for federal funds that the state or local election authority make sure and certifies so that the voter rolls are paper and are up to date. The local authority must also certify that the voting process is clear, unobstructed, and legal, and this raises 2 points of contention. First, making use of mass mailings of ballots based on uncorrected and obsolete voter rolls violates the common sense legal chain of custody. Secondly, making use of election tabulation machines that are linked to the internet and vulnerable to external manipulation, as has been proved in courts, directly contradicts HAVA. If the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors are claiming to operate legally under both laws, they're claiming a falsehood. You cannot operate legally under two concurrent and contradictory laws. It's simply not possible. As such, to certify the 2024 election per agenda item A14 is to knowingly create and agree to a falsehood. I urge the Board of Supervisors to choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Steve, Chuck Williams also has a speaker slip in.
Okay. Chuck, why don't you go ahead?
Good morning, Supervisors. Chuck Williams from Old Town Orchid. I am a representative of New California State, and I have a picture here I would like for you to see. This is President Donald Trump putting the 51st star on the American flag for the great state of New California. We are here once again today to remind you of the 2020 stolen election, and you are here once again to certify yet another stolen election of 2024. It is illegal to certify bogus information. You are all intelligent people and all aware of this. Clearly, this is an election interference, if not fraud or worse. New California State has irrefutable proof of the 2020-2024 election thefts. This should not be taken lightly. In March 2025, New California State will be here ready to take control with the new state. This could happen before March. We currently have representatives in all 58 counties in California, cleared and ready to go to work in Washington, D.C. The 2020 and the 2024 elections have priority. The evidence is plentiful, and we will be handing it over to the new incoming FBI Director, Kash Patel, for investigations and justice to be served. I ask you all today to pay attention to this. You have ignored our New California State information and concerns in the past few years and months. You smirked and blew us off. Take note, this is not a joke. Soon you will see California is out of money. New California State is here, and Governor Paul Preston takes these issues very seriously, as you will all see very soon. Supervisors have a problem. On October 10th, 2024, you were all served with a cease and desist order regarding the voting machines, yet continued to use them in the 2024 election. Please do not certify the bogus 2024 election. We now have a new, real president, Donald J. Trump, who supports the U.S. Constitution 100%, and a new, real governor, Paul Preston of New California State, who also is a 100% supporter of the U.S. Constitution and our New California State Constitution. Justice will happen swift with New California State and our new Constitution. Please have no regrets with the bogus 2024 election. Please do not certify the 2024 election. Thank you very much. You guys have a great day.
Thank you.
And that now concludes public comment on that item.
Okay. Can I get a motion to move A14 or comments on A14?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? A14 passes. Go to A18, ma'am.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 18 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Fifth Amendment to the agreement with Recon Consultants, Inc. for climate action planning services.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I didn't support the direction on the climate action plan to include these sources, and so I just want to be consistent with my previous vote by not supporting the budget expansion for the purposes of doing additional environmental work on this. So I'm just asking for a roll call vote.
Okay, let's do a roll call on 18. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, that takes us to item A21.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 21 is from the County Executive Office. It is to approve budget revision request numbers 10127, 10187, 10198, and 10210, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Capps.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is just a procedural item to move funds, but it, again, is another opportunity for me to thank this board for taking it very seriously, UCSB's lack of building housing, and actually going into litigation, resulting in a settlement of $3.7 million. This action moves the $3.7 million into our county coffers to spend very well on behalf of the community of Isla Vista and the students and surrounding area of UCSB.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
So I move support for this item.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. A48.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 48 is from Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to consider recommendations regarding revising the long-range planning work program and initiate amendments to the county's zoning ordinances, farm worker housing to create more ministerial options for permanent farm worker multi-family housing. And we have 4 requests from the public on this item.
Okay, let's go to the public.
We are going to begin on Zoom with Christina Schallenberger. Then we will go to Santa Maria with Claire Weinman. Christina? Christina, we have unmuted you, but I don't see that your mic is working correctly.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm going to be really brief today, but on behalf of my partner, Carlos Castaneda, our growers and our farm workers, we just want to thank you for opening this dialogue to address farm worker housing needs. We're confident that by increasing the supply and access to affordable housing, it will greatly benefit employees. We're in the process of brainstorming some recommendations with our builder and our planner, and we look forward to collaborating with the board on common sense solutions to current barriers. And then we'd also like to take the opportunity to offer ourselves as a resource to you during this process. Again, we thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you.
We will now go to Santa Maria with Claire Weinman. Then we will return to Santa Barbara with Ronaldo Marino. Claire?
Hi, good morning. My name is Claire Weinman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We appreciate that this is the final report of the ad hoc subcommittee. We look forward to the Board of Supervisors bringing the contemplation of a regulatory mandate for a local minimum wage to a close and continuing our work to advance the agricultural community. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Ronaldo Marino to be followed by Fernando Martinez, who is our final speaker. Ronaldo?
Sí. Sí, por favor.
Check. Double the time. Yeah.
Okay. Muy buenos días, miembro de la Junta de Supervisores.
Very good morning, members of the Supervisors Board.
Mi nombre es Reinaldo Rodríguez Moreno.
My name is Reinaldo Rodríguez Moreno.
Soy un organizador con una organización, Proyecto Mixteco Indígena sin fines de lucro, MICOT.
I am an organizer with MICOP, which is a indigenous community, non-profit.
Y miembro de la comunidad agrícola indígena que radica aquí en Santa María, California.
And I am a member of the indigenous farm worker community that lives here in Santa Maria.
Agradezco la oportunidad para poder hacer mi comentario el día de hoy.
Thank you. I am very thankful that you're allowing me to make a comment today for you.
Como miembro de la comunidad agrícola aquí en el condado de Santa Bárbara, en especial en Santa María,
As a member of the agricultural community here in Santa Barbara, particularly in Santa Maria,
tenemos múltiples necesidades que no es únicamente vivienda.
we have multiple needs, not only dwellings or housing,
sino los salarios insuficientes que no nos alcanza para cubrir nuestras necesidades básicas como son el acceso a la atención médica, alimentos, transporte y la vivienda.
not only the salaries are insufficient that do not bear or reach to cover our basic needs, like they are the access to medical attention, food, transportation, and housing.
El alto costo de vida aquí en el condado es crucial que rectifiquen sus decisiones y volteen los ojos a ver a los que Día a día se sacrifican para que podamos tener alimentos en nuestras mesas.
The high cost of living here in the county is crucial to be ratified and to ratify your decisions, and that you can turn your eyes to see day by day those ones who are sacrificing so that we could have good food in our tables.
Insisto, sin un salario digno no podemos cubrir nuestras necesidades prioritarias, aún así con las viviendas subsidiadas.
I insist, without a dignified or survival salary, we cannot cover our priority needs, even though with a subsidized housing.
También es necesario mencionar que aunque se valora el enfoque en la vivienda, es una solución a largo plazo que solo beneficiará a una pequeña fracción de los más de 30,000 trabajadores agrícolas que estamos en este condado.
Although it's necessary to mention that even the you cannot focus on the value of the housing. That will be a solution a long term, and it only will benefit a small fraction of more of the 30,000 agricultural workers that we are in this county.
Es una tristeza enorme que minimicen nuestra exigencia por exigir lo que merecemos y que no estén valorando la mano de obra. De hecho, es el principal aporte a la economía de este gran estado.
It's an enormous sadness for you to minimize our demands and not to demand what we deserve, because you're not valuing the working hands, which is the first principal contributor to the economy of this great state.
Una ordenanza de vivienda solo estaría cubriendo mínima parte del problema que nos aqueja.
A housing ordinance will also only cover the minimum part of the problem that is affecting us.
Sin salario justo, los trabajadores agrícolas seguiremos atrapados en la pobreza.
Without just and fair salaries, we, the agricultural workers, will continue trapped in this poverty.
Insisto a esta Junta a escuchar las voces de los trabajadores agrícolas, abordar los problemas mencionados que enfrenta y demostrar un verdadero liderazgo al priorizar que reconsidere una ordenanza de salario digno.
I insist to this board should listen to the voices of the agricultural workers and to take a look at the mentioned problems that they are facing and to show your true leadership to prioritize and to reconsider an ordinance of a dignified salary.
Como trabajador agrícola es lo menos que merecemos.
As farm workers, that's the least we deserve. Thank you very much.
And we will now go to Fernando Martinez, who is our final speaker on this item. Fernando?
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Fernando Martinez. I'm a community organizer with MICOP in Santa Maria, and I'm here today to continue raising the voices of farm workers who often go unheard at the county level. Since the farm worker hearing, farm workers have consistently expressed their urgent need of a living wage. As we approach the winter season, one of the most challenging times for farm workers, I urge you to keep in mind the harsh conditions they endure. They wake up in the early hours in the morning, often in freezing conditions, to begin their work. This season is especially difficult for our farm workers in the Santa Barbara County, as many rely on the little to no savings from the minimum wage earnings. For many farm workers, the holidays will not be a time of celebration, and many farm working families will not have the privilege of watching their children's unwrapped gifts on Christmas. As we celebrate the holidays with our loved ones, let us reflect on this reality and acknowledge the struggles the farm workers face every day. The recommendation for farm worker housing is much appreciated, but we must recognize and acknowledge that such initiative will take years to come to fruition without the necessary capacity to support the current farm worker population in our county. It is time to tackle the core issue, which is ensuring fair compensation for our farm workers that do the important work in our agriculture industry in Santa Barbara County. As we have heard from previous presenters, the Santa Barbara County Ag produces billions of dollars in our county, but at the same time, we are not paying our workers what it should be. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I was definitely, my heart was definitely convicted by the words of the speakers. I'm, by wanting to move forward on housing, I know it is not a solution for all of the problems that have been presented. But I know that it is a part of the solution and the part that we can come together about today. It is my hope, even with this being the last report, that there will be other things that the board can come forward, or that the industry and farm worker advocates can come together and do. I think in particular, we saw at the hearing how indirect employment of workers promotes lower wages. And direct employment tends to create higher wages because of stronger relationships, stronger retention. And, there is both movement within farming communities to try to piece together year-round work, and among farm workers to piece together year-round work. And I think that is a part of unlocking the existing amount of money that farmers are paying, but making sure that more of it ends up in the hands of farm workers. Also, there is probably the need for greater enforcement of our labor laws. I would think that even if the vast majority of farmers are adhering to them, there seems to be a large incidence of farm workers that have experienced either retaliation or wage theft, and that is something that I hope both farmers and farm workers will agree worthy of attention.
Supervisor Capps?
Thank you. Thank you for this work of the ad hoc committee, and absolutely for our advocates and others in the farm industry. I know there's disappointment about the wages, which I share some, and I have such deep concern for the well-being of our farm workers, and a deep reverence for the economic benefit they provide our county. I am very inspired about what's happening in Ventura County when it comes to housing, and pledge to pick up where this is leaving off as a firm advocate for workforce housing in general here at our county and our schools. We need to be doing more. Ventura is showing the way. Just yesterday had a meeting with House Farm Workers. It's an advocacy nonprofit in Ventura. They have succeeded in building 2,245 units for farm workers in Ventura County. That's in addition to a lot of other low-income housing that exists. I wish I had gotten my act together, but I just was sent this map last night of the number of units all throughout Ventura County. Some projects are 7 units, some projects are 400. They're not just on farm worker land, they're also downtown in cities. And I think that they have paved the way. They've passed an ordinance. They have a template for farm worker housing that's pre-approved by the county so that it can streamline those in the industry who want to step up. Again, I'm reminded of the avocado farmer in Supervisor Williams' district, who I spoke with at the beginning of this process, who told me that he's housing in Carpinteria 18 of his farm workers and their families. That gentleman is leading the way. I don't know how many more exist, but I would love to hear from you. In the agriculture industry, if you are providing housing, or if you're interested, because I think we can be creative. We know that the vast majority of wages that are being paid now is going to rents, and rents that have skyrocketed in the last 4 years by 35%. That's the challenge, and I'm up for it, and look forward to the future on focusing on housing, learning from Ventura County. Thanks.
Great. Supervisor Hartman?
I also have been exploring, and Salinas County is another that's doing a great deal in farm worker housing, and People's Self-Help Housing is actually convening a group to begin talking about how they can, as a developer of low-income housing for farm workers, situate that on agricultural land. So I very much favor what staff recommendation is in this case, and pledge to keep moving forward on this.
Okay. Can I get a motion on A48?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That takes us to our last administrative item, which is A54.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 54 was previously read into the record, but as a reminder to the public, this is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to consider recommendations regarding a contribution of $145,000 to the Goleta Union School District for an expanded learning program's pilot universal TK through K Care program, Access for All, and contribution of $17,168.95 to the Harding School Foundation's Garden Program from the First District Discretionary Fund. And we do have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Ethan Bertrand. Ethan?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and Board. I'm here today in my capacity as a Goleta School Board member and really want to thank the county for considering this proposal to advance a universal aftercare pilot program in our schools. Supervisor Williams came to our district with this bold visionary idea and resources to see if we wanted to extend care. We were able to meet and really dig into the need in our district, and we found that some of the greatest need is for our kindergarten and pre-kindergarten students. Their school day can end at 1:30, but there's a big need for care until the end of the workday. And we were able to work to identify La Patera School as a priority with one of the greatest needs. So really want to thank Supervisor Williams for your leadership on this and for bringing this to us. More than just providing a safe place for kids, which is super important, our district is also really excited to use this time to advance our goals of building foundational literacy skills, advancing social emotional learning, and of course, giving kids a place to have fun too. So this funding in particular will help us grow from providing this to 30 kids at that site to 75 kids, and that care will be from 1:30 to 6 p.m. Also want to thank and acknowledge Supervisor Capps. This is in her district. She's been an awesome advocate for working families and education as a former school board member. So thank you all. We really appreciate this.
Thank you, Ethan.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
All right. Supervisor Williams?
Yes, just because we really do hope the idea catches on, wanted to flesh it out just a little bit for you. Ever since I served in the legislature on the Education Committee, which is one of the tougher committees to ever serve on, I've had a real passion for anything that can increase the school day or the school year, because the studies and even the meta studies, which aggregate data from multiple studies, seem to agree that really the most effective way to close achievement gap is hours of instruction or even hours at school. Not doing academics also increases achievement. And it's hard to accomplish in the structure of K through 12 is increasing hours. But after-school programming is one way to do that. You can tell by the amount that I use most of 2 years worth of money to try to do this, because I thought it really deserved a substantive pilot. And it's not only the increased hours, but it's the purpose is to try to get the increased hours for the kids who need it the most. Sometimes opt-in systems, which is usually what after-school programming fails to net the students whose parents are working too hard or have other issues, and those students who sometimes need it the most. The purpose here is to have an enrollment mechanism that's more towards an opt-out enrollment mechanism, and therefore takes a wider net of students. And I hope, even though this is, well outside of the normal bailiwick of the county, my hope is that the community will rally around additional hours of instruction for students at the schools that need it the most. I think of many schools like Cleveland, Harding, that need more resources for their kids, and that could be a powerful tool to close the achievement gap for the kids who need it the most.
Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, I just want to thank Supervisor Williams and the Goleta School District as well as Harding for working this out so quickly at the end here of you using your discretionary funds in such a productive purpose. It's really a down payment on these kids' lives and their families who are working hard and need that gap of childcare and after school care. So thanks for the vision and making it work and putting your might into it to get through tangled bureaucracies, and to Goleta for untangling that so quickly and able to make this a reality. Thank you.
Okay. So Supervisor Williams, can I get a motion?
Move A54.
And I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, this takes us to time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. This is general public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we did have one request to speak from the public on this, on general public comment from Megan Lee on Zoom, but they have not joined our meeting, so we have no requests to speak from the public.
Okay. Okay. Well, general public comment is now closed. We'll now go to our departmental agenda item, and that leads us off with departmental agenda item number 1. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annual transparent review of unjust transfers and holds, Truth Act report, and community forum.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. We're here today to do our annual Truth Act presentation. And today we have Sergeant Jeff Kohler will be our lead that has worked on it and will present. And then Sheriff Brown also has some comments that he will share with you. Jeff, if you can start with the presentation.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Kohler. I'll be narrating the presentation today. Beginning in January 1st, 2018, the local governing body of any county, city or county which a local law enforcement agency has provided ICE access to an individual during the last year will hold at least one community forum during the following year that is open to public in an accessible location and with at least 30 days notice to provide information to the public about ICE access to individuals and public comment. The Truth Act on October 5th, 2013, Governor Brown signed AB 4 and the Trust Act 2, which went into effect January 2014, codified as Government Code 7282 and 7282.5. The Trust Act prevents local law enforcement from detaining non-citizens pursuant to an immigration hold or detainer beyond the time they would otherwise be released from criminal custody. The Truth Act on September 28, 2016, Governor Brown signed the Truth Act into law. The Truth Act went into effect on January 1st, 2017. The Truth Act AB 2792 provides know your rights information to undocumented immigrants that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, wants to speak while they are in custody. It also requires that local law enforcement disclose ICE access to undocumented persons who are in local custody in 4 ways. Number 1, the Truth Act requires local law enforcement agency prior to an interview between ICE and the individual in custody to provide a written consent form that explains the purpose of the interview, that the interview is voluntary, and that the individual may decline the interview. The bill requires that the form be translated into multiple languages. Number 2, the Truth Act requires that if a local law enforcement agency provides ICE with notification of an individual's release, date, and time, the local law enforcement agency must also provide the same notification to the individual and their attorney or permitted designee. Number 3, the Truth Act requires a local legislative body to hold a community forum annually if the local law enforcement allows ICE access to any individual. Number 4, this bill ensures that records related to ICE are subject to Public Records Act. The Values Act. The California Values Act, SB 54, which amended sections 7282 and 7282.5 and the added chapter of 17.25, commencing in section 7284 to the Division 7 of Title I of the Government Code, and to the repealed section 1136.9 of the Health and Safety Code related to law enforcement, curtails the use of state and local resources from engaging immigration enforcement, and creates the so-called safe places, including at schools, health facilities, and courthouses. The Sheriff's Office does not conduct any immigration enforcement. Our policy is a comprehensive document that directs the actions of custody deputies and records personnel as it relates to the compliance with the Truth Act. Our policy outlines which forms must be provided to inmates, under which circumstances and how ICE interviews be conducted, and how ICE accesses requests are handed over under the law. ICE access means access to an inmate by ICE for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement, including when an individual is stopped or with or without their consent, arrested, detained, and otherwise held under the control of local law enforcement agency, including all of the following. Number 1, responding to an ICE hold, notification, or transfer request. Number 2, providing notification to ICE in advance of the public that individual is being or will be released at a certain date and time through data sharing or otherwise. Number 3, providing ICE non-publicly available information regarding release dates, home addresses, or work addresses, whether through computer database, jail logs, or otherwise. Number 4, allowing ICE to interview an individual in the jail. Number 5, providing ICE information regarding dates and times of probation or parole check-ins. Number 6, in discussion with ATIMS, our current vendor of our jail management system, an ICE-related component is an option. ATIMS has integrated ICE databases into other agencies' software and is feasible to upgrade the component. The process begins with an individual is booked in jail. Following the booking individual into jail, they are fingerprinted to confirm the identity and ensure that the subject does not have any active warrants or warrants we're not previously aware of. ICE receives notification of fingerprint records from the Department of Justice following their electronic submission. If ICE is interested in obtaining information regarding the individual in our custody, they will notify our Custody Records Bureau via fax of the information they are requesting. Custody staff will manually research the inmate's criminal history and current charges to determine if they are allowable exceptions that will allow us to share the subject's release data with ICE. If there are no exceptions, custody record staff will distribute the written notification to the inmate, advising them that they qualify for information sharing in accordance with the Truth Act, and the inmate records will be flagged in the jail management system. If there are no noted exceptions, the request will be filled in the inmate's record and no response will be given to ICE. Once the inmate is sentenced or released, date is known, ICE will be notified via email. Updates and refinements to the process. On August 22nd, 2023, the Truth Act form presented to the Board of Supervisors. August 22nd, 2023 through September 25th, 2023, staff worked with the County Council, Public Defender's Office to update the exception list to be in compliance with the Trust, Truth, and Values Act. 9/25/23, updated exceptions list was distributed to staff. Relevant cases were discovered prior to 9/25 are denoted with an asterisk. Due to the list not getting guidance from the state, the lists are created in compliance with or coordination with the Public Defender's Office and our Custody Records Office, which could have led to an error on that list. From 2022 to 2023, there was an increase in requests from ICE, 101 versus 141. There was a slight increase in the number of individuals that ICE rearrested in 2023, 5 compared to 2022 at 2, which accounted for 1.41% overall releases from jail. Calendar year 2023 saw an increase in ICE rearrest by 3. This slide is the current charges, qualifying charges, and dates of the 5 ICE rearrest of the offenders.
You're available for questions. Questions from the board? Supervisor Williams?
You know, I would say the thrust in the past of the Sheriff's Department's reports have been that ICE transfers are rare, maybe more, and notifications more reserved for more special cases where there's truly heinous crimes, you know. And I want to understand, and you know, that philosophy, I understand and largely sympathize with. I guess most of my questions are along the lines of hoping that that's what it remains limited to. And I'm concerned that about maybe the numbers that aren't in this report that are this year seem to be coming in, and maybe have some questions about last year based on, you know, that worry. But I would love to hear that, I guess I wouldn't love to hear that it's because there's more heinous crimes. I would love to understand why it's coming back up. And then, but I'll give you some time, Sheriff. There were 5 occasions when the charge was PC 182, conspiracy to commit a crime. You know, under SB 54, that charge is allowed to be used to justify ICE cooperation if the underlying charge is allowed under SB 54. Can you provide what the underlying charges are?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I'll start with the PC 182 conspiracy charges. So in each one of those, we pulled them, and they all met criteria, one of which was first-degree burglary, and the remainders were relating to possession for sales and/or transportation of narcotics, meeting criteria.
And then just sort of like the procedural question, because, I think it's always important to remember that some percentage of these folks, because this is detention before conviction, some percentage of these folks are innocent of the crime that they are charged with. So I think that philosophically, that's important for us to keep in our calculus. So them knowing their status is important. So does the sheriff give a copy of the ICE transfer request to the person when they receive the request from ICE, or only when you release them to ICE?
So procedurally, my understanding is that if we receive notification or request from ICE, that the inmate is notified
Of
that
the request, when
Of the
you get the
request.
request.
Not necessarily only in cases when we share information.
It looks like,
May I follow up on that? So is it a written notification?
Yes, it is.
It's a fax.
That the inmate receives?
Correct. And I believe that's the form that he was saying is in both Spanish and English
Okay.
that notifies him.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Labadino. To kind of piggyback on where Supervisor Williams was the whole issue of due process, because these are arrests and accusations are not necessarily convictions. What does the back end look like, after somebody has been convicted and potentially done time in our jail? What's our relationship with ICE at that point as somebody exits our system?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, essentially what happens at that point is that usually we're notified ahead of time by ICE that they're interested in this person, and they give a detainer notice to us. And when they are convicted and when they have finished their sentence with us and they are released, it's the release date that is conveyed to ICE. And whether they choose to or not choose to be there at that point in time in the release date can sometimes be, it's hit and miss. I mean, it just depends. It's very much dependent upon what their resources are, their schedules are, and so forth, if they have people available. But once they are released, they're no longer wanted in our custody or kept in our custody. They are released, and then if ICE is present, then they will make that arrest.
So that's another set of data that we don't have here at this point, that those that have been convicted of a crime that are in our jail, that ICE has looked at and said, hey, we're interested in this inmate upon.
The list of the 141 would be, those people would have been notified prior to conviction. So they're in our custody. They haven't been convicted on the present offense. But once they are convicted and sentenced and have finished their sentence, at that point, they are, ICE is notified of the release date, if it's a qualifying charge.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. I'm looking for, I guess, where's that subset of data of post-conviction inmates that we have that?
Well, it would be the ones that were, you mean the ones that don't get picked up?
Well, I'm just saying, how many of those arrests lead to convictions? So, I mean, again, this is the whole question I think that even Supervisor Williams is getting to, is that we have there's kind of two sets of people that are in jail, those that are awaiting trial and those that have been convicted of a crime. And so I think that's where there's some question marks. And it seems like the Truth Act is really focused on arrests. And I think a place where we as a community might be able to land is kind of understanding what are those that have actually been arrested and convicted of a crime. And then, what does that look like on the interaction between the Sheriff's Department with a convicted criminal at that point, and how we deal with that relationship. I understand that there's a certain amount of cooperation or in some cases obstruction in the relationship between ICE and local law enforcement. But I think we'd all get to a place of agreeing that, when somebody's convicted, we should all be on the side of dealing with that. So that's where I'm trying to land this. So I'm trying to understand, what is that subset of data? How many people do we have that are convicted, that are in our jails, that are have been flagged?
We don't have that information readily available, but I can give you a feel for it with the 141. I've just done the math on the 141. So we had 141 people that were where we notified ICE of them. We felt they were a qualifying charge, and we notified ICE of them. Of those 141, 40 of them were first-time offenders. So they were in our custody for the first time. So you can deduce from that of the remaining 101, they all had a previous conviction that was, if it's on the list in the second column, they all had a previous conviction.
Can I get just clarification? Is a previous conviction or a previous arrest? Because you said it's a
previous conviction.
Okay, just want to clarify the difference between those two.
Right. And so, and just some further data from the 141. 49 of them had between 2 and 4 bookings in our jail. 57 of them had 5 or more. 21 of them had 10 or more. And we had 4 that had, one had 18, one had 23, one had 38, and one had an extraordinary 74 previous times in our facility. So, for the most part, we're talking about people who have been rearrested and booked into our facility multiple times.
Sure, and I'm just trying to parse out booking versus actual conviction, because there's two different categories there, right? I mean, I imagine the person that's been booked 70 sometimes has probably pleaded or been convicted of a crime at some point, so I'm sure it's a good case, but just because somebody's been booked multiple times doesn't mean they've actually been convicted of a crime. So that's where I'm trying to understand that data.
Undersheriff's been trying to get in there to make a comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, to the chair. Just to add in that I believe what you're asking for can be deduced from the list or the report that we're providing. So if you look at it in terms of current booking charges, it will list what they were booked on most recently. But then if you look at the 2 columns over, the qualifying charges, oftentimes those are different. That's going to be something where they have been previously convicted of those qualifying charges, and they are different from what their booking charges were.
Yeah, some of those categories, not to get too deep in the weeds for everybody that's watching, some of them just say not qualifying for ICE rearrest. So I don't know if that person's been convicted of something in the past, they just don't qualify. And it doesn't necessarily say if they're convicted of the charges that they're booked on right now.
Correct. So there's a very narrow scope of charges that they're initially booked on. And it's not just that they were booked on them, they have to be booked and held to answer on those new charges that qualify, and those are going to be your extremely violent, significant offenses, versus there's a list within the government code that has the felony and or wobbler convictions that can qualify, but that's an actual previous conviction as opposed to just being arrested for it.
And I just think it'd be better for the conversation in the long run. I know where we're focused, and what the Truth Act is trying to have this transparent conversation about the arrests. I just think for the overall community conversation, better understanding of those that are actually convicted is helpful to the conversation, just not booked. Because again, there's a difference there and a distinction that I think is important to the conversation, especially when one of the arguments out there in the public about not wanting to interact with a federal agency is because some people have not gone through their potential due process that they might be afforded to them. Those who've gone through that due process, are we working together, to the betterment and the safety of our collective community, whether you're in the, the totality of it, whether that's you're in the migrant community or not? It's really important there. So that's where I want to try to better understand that in the future. Maybe not today, but I think it's helpful for me. I think it's a hopeful discussion for the community to understand those differences.
Good point. Supervisor Capps?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sheriff, for being here, and to your team. So I'm just going to, we're focused on the Truth Act, and it's required by law that we do this annually. But obviously, what's underlying is that we are facing daunting circumstances with a president-elect who has promised mass deportation on day one and employing federal National Guard to do so. So the stakes literally couldn't be higher. So I think the nature of our questions are quite technical, but what we're getting at is quite fundamental to who we are as Americans, who we are as people living together in a community. And so trying to tease out sort of these technicalities of transparency, of processes, of cooperation, of making sure your systems are as finely tuned as possible in dealing with such emotional, petrifying consequences for people's lives. So I just want to state that because I did this last year as a new supervisor, but it was an entirely different, for me, conversation, even though the work is continuing. Because here in our county, it's where the rubber meets the road when it comes to how we treat people of all statuses, right? And I know you share deep compassion for people regardless of status. So I just want to ask, how are you thinking about this in light of where we are in history, of keeping trust, of improving systems, of being transparency, and of fostering more trust with families of all statuses, of mixed statuses? How are you thinking about this as we go into 2025?
Well, I think, Supervisor Chair, I'd like to just sort of reiterate what Sergeant Kohler said, and that is that, you know, the Sheriff's Office, we as California peace officers do not enforce federal immigration law. And it's important for people who are members of our community, whether they're documented or undocumented, to understand that. And what we don't want is for the perception that perhaps as policing is in a home country or in some other area, that there's a perception that we are enforcing immigration law, and therefore it could be a reluctance to call us if they need our assistance, if they need our help. We try to make it very clear in all of our community meetings and all of our discussions with our constituents to let them know that, look, if someone is a victim of domestic violence, if someone sees a crime occurring, we want them to call us, and they are not we, the Sheriff's Office, are not going to arrest them for being undocumented. And it's clear that that is a federal responsibility, not a state responsibility. You know, in terms of the acceleration potentially of deportations that may occur, you know, I suspect that they're going to be dealt with at the federal level. They're going to have, you know, perhaps the federal you know, an expansion of resources or what have you, because I can guarantee you that with the existing resources that ICE has, they don't have the staff to be able to conduct mass deportations. So I think the reality is there's going to be a focus, I suspect, on picking up people who are repeat serious offenders, you know, the criminals that we can all sort of agree are people who need to go. And also, I think there will be a focus on picking up people who have had orders, you know, discharging them from the United States, and they have gone on the run. So if they have a deportation order and or if they have a criminal conviction, you know, I suspect that they'll be the focus of ICE, and I would imagine that that will keep ICE quite busy for a while. And I would also imagine that there'll be some discussion, and hopefully there'll be some discussion about some additional and improved immigration reform that may take place as that is occurring and before there would be. Because realistically, you know, we're not alone in our state. Mm-hmm. Our economy, our society has many people who are undocumented that are integrated within our community and within our economy, and are, you know, a vibrant part of our community and contribute to our community.
Thank you for that. So can you just explain for people who might not understand, I read reports that ICE is already coming to the jail now more frequently than prior to November 5th. Is that accurate? What's the presence like on a regular basis?
No, I would say that, you know, you've seen, these are 2023 stats that we've given you, so I don't have the 2024 stats and haven't seen them yet. I don't know. I suspect, 2022 and 2023, it was pretty reduced from prior years in terms of their focus on picking up people who had been arrested for serious criminal offenses. I suspect that if they're available, they will do more of that next year, just as a result of it. But our goal is to make sure that we adhere to the letter of the law in California, which unfortunately is not real clear much of the time. We have had these additions to the original Trust Act that have modified the law to some degree. And we haven't received guidance from the state in terms of a centralized list from the state of, okay, these are crimes that are qualifying offenses. And to that end, I wrote a letter last week to the Attorney General and requested that the AG's office provide such a list.
Okay.
Because we've attempted to put it together here locally and have found subsequently that it has had errors in it. And even the updated one appears to have errors in it. So we want to make sure that we are in compliance with the law and have asked for the AG's assistance on that.
Well, I encourage that because I understand that there's been issues in the past with the list and the qualifications of what's required, and in terms of making sure we have the most updated list. So that I appreciate that you've written that letter and hope that you receive that information.
And our staff really went over this 2023 list with a fine-tooth comb, and as early as just before this meeting, I was assured that that they believed that we were in complete compliance with all of those. To the contrary of what we put in the report, we actually found out subsequently that the error was not in being an unqualified charge. In fact, it was an error that was on the list of what constitutes a qualified charge.
I see.
That omitted one that was allowable.
I know we've made good strides in terms of cooperation with the other arms of our criminal justice system. Can you speak to the cooperation when it comes to immigration status with the public defender? I can ask her as well to speak to that. But where are we now, and where do you hope to be in 2025 in terms of notification if someone is being requested information by ICE, et cetera? Where are we now, and where do you hope to be?
Sure. Well, again, let me just reiterate that we don't even ask people. We don't make a determination of people in jail whether they are a legal resident, a citizen, documented, undocumented, what have you. The fingerprint system, which the federal government has access to, is what's utilized for that, and they make a determination off of that. But that's not us doing it. That's them doing it and us getting a notification from them as well. As I mentioned, we don't have any direct role in the enforcement of immigration law. We don't accompany ICE on any kind of enforcement action that's strictly immigration related. There is sometimes some confusion, I think, because ICE has several different divisions or elements, and one of those divisions is Homeland Security investigations, the federal investigators who investigate crimes committed by people who are foreign nationals. And they are a resource that we tap into and use if we have a case. For example, if we have a Ponga boat incursion that comes in and we end up arresting people or detaining people, we work with HSI, which is a division of ICE, but it's not the enforcement and removal division. It's a detective agency, if you will, that is comprised of federal investigators that investigate criminal crimes, that occur. So I don't see a change in how we are doing business. I think that we are trying to uphold both the spirit and the letter of the law with respect to what charges are allowable under state law for us to make the notifications to ICE. And I would say that, the hoops that we jump through to do that, the law in California is significantly more stringent than in most other states. I mean, most states, the notification just comes in, the detainer is there, ICE is, contacted on everybody. So we're our system that we have is much more comprehensive and filters out a lot more people than other states do. So I suspect that we will continue to do that in the future. But I also, obviously I'm curious as to what's going to happen with respect to the administration change, and we shall see.
Yeah, I'd ask just here, I don't have any doubt that you wouldn't do this otherwise, but if things do change with federal role, if you're seeing a real change in the resources that the federal government is providing locally, will you let us know, and that we can have a further discussion of of the changing dynamic. I understand, thanks to California's law, we have our systems, it's, as you said, quite unusual, our laws here, but if that dynamic changes, not to assume that we all are understanding exactly what's happening in your world, in your jails, and that we can be informed and we can have further discussion. And I'd just like to ask the public defender on that topic of coordination, of your notification, if folks that you are representing, there is involvement in terms of notification to ICE and how that works.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. With your permission, our immigration law specialist, Deputy Public Defender Onyx Starrett, is here, who has sort of shepherded the collaborative efforts between the Sheriff's Department and ours. So if I can invite Onyx up to address those questions, it'd be great.
Thanks, Onyx.
Thank you, members of the board. I have had the pleasure of working at the intersection of criminal and immigration law for the past decade, and the pleasure of working in Santa Barbara specifically for the past 2 years. And I can confirm that we have been in receipt of notifications from the sheriff's office. When they notify ICE of the release, we are notified at the same time by email.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's it for me for now.
Can we go back? I wanted to ask, for the purpose of I understand that this is the report for 2023, but when the report from 2023 is held at the end of 2024, I think it's still relevant to ask about the 2024 data. And is it true that the number of requests and/or transfers has risen in 2024, and maybe why? Is it just bad luck that these are higher profile crimes? Is it more activity from ICE? What's going on there, in your opinion?
Well, Supervisor Williams, I mean, just opinion-wise, my opinion is that really it's driven, as I mentioned, on a resource availability for ICE. They have a limited number of agents locally, and I think oftentimes they are engaged in other activities and unable to come, or they make a determination at some point that they're no longer interested in a particular individual and don't come. As far as the question about have we seen an increase in activity in 2024, I will put him on the spot, but Lieutenant Alexander is probably the best person to give us an indication of that.
Good morning. Anecdotally, I understand that there has been a slight increase for the
have to come to the mic.
Good morning. Anecdotally, I understand that there's been a slight increase in the overall number of ICE rearrests for 2024. I do not have hard data on that, though.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't quite hear that.
I don't have hard numbers on the amount, the total amount, but as I understand, there has been a slight increase in the amount of ICE rearrests for 2024.
And has the public defender's office also been tracking that? I mean, if they get the same notifications, you guys?
Yes, we have, and if I can ask Onyx to come up again.
Yes, when we receive an email, I do document them. From my memory, it is about 34, 35 notifications that we have been on the email for, and as far as I can tell, at least 16 pickups or transfers.
That would be a pretty big increase over what's been going on in the past. And I just think it's something that we ought to wrestle with, and wrestle with the sort of the ethics of dealing with an agency that has a wide swath or a bad reputation for treating things with maybe a wide sweep. I'll give you a personal anecdote to illustrate what happens with ICE enforcement. And it's not that I don't think that every law enforcement officer is trying to do the right thing, but some of you know that Johnny's family are Navajo. Many live on the reservation, and we just had the pleasure of hosting an uncle and a cousin, who had never seen the sea before 2 weekends ago. I was talking about with one of the uncles, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I got deported." And I'm like, "What?" Like, "Yeah, I was working in Phoenix, and I got picked up by ICE and deported to Mexico." And I'm like, "Wow, that's pretty amazing." And I heard the whole story, it includes the once they realized that they had made a mistake, they were told them to go back to Phoenix. They could go back to Phoenix from Mexico. But and I thought, well, maybe it's just like an isolated mistake. He's like, "Oh no, this is the second time it's happened, and it happens all the time to Navajo that go work in other parts of Arizona." And the fact you have an agency who's don't like train their personnel to learn 5 words of the most of a native language that makes up nearly a third of the state of Arizona is kind of an example of what you're dealing with. You're dealing with an agency that's painting things with a broad brush, people who maybe look like they, should be deported, rather than people who've lived in this what became the state of Arizona for about 500 years. So, that's why I just bring this up, is like if things are going to change, and it sounds like they're already maybe changing, how do we wrestle with the discretion, that law enforcement personnel have? I'm asking that rhetorically. And for thought, not just to prove a point, but for a thought.
Okay. Supervisor Hartman?
I think my question is really for public defender and perhaps Onyx, and that is, you get notification when there's someone who qualifies as an exemption, is that correct? And then what is your role from there on out?
So we get notified when someone is being released, so we get notified at the same time as ICE. It is still my position that I will look into to ensure, to do my own due diligence to make sure that there has been a qualifying offense. If there is some reason why I am not seeing it or I'm confused by it, I will reach out to the sheriff's office. That is how we actually wound up discovering that the list was not included more offenses than actually was supposed to be on the list.
But you get noticed earlier, don't you?
I do not.
So is that possible? I mean, we have a program so that we want people to have early access to the public defender's office so that they, whether they're documented or not documented, can't you get involved earlier? Or is that desirable? Let me ask that.
It certainly is desirable. When I did work at the Ventura County Public Defender's Office, the sheriff's office would notify the public defender's office at the time they decided to cooperate. So if there was a prior conviction that was qualifying, they would notify the public defender's office. If the public defender's office had some question, they could reach out before ICE was notified so that county counsel or whomever could be questioned about whether that cooperation was lawful. So it certainly would be welcome on my part, but I don't think that that is something that we would have to collaborate with the sheriff's office on, because we don't have independent
Authority.
way to obtain that information.
I understand that. Well, I think we're headed for really uncertain times, but historically we've had a very porous border, and so people who work in our fields, in our restaurants, doing landscaping, caring for our children, caring for our elderly, these are people who've often been here as our neighbors and community members for decades. And so I think we want to give them whatever assurances that we can in these uncertain times, that we stand with them. And I think if it's at all possible from the Sheriff's Department perspective to give early representation, that I would be very grateful for that.
Two things, Supervisor Hartman, just to respond to that. One, first of all, when we notify ICE, it could be days, weeks, or months before the actual release. We notify them of the release date. That's the same time we would notify the Public Defender's Office. So it's not like we're waiting until the day that someone is released to notify the Public Defender. Secondly, everything you said is true in terms of the people in our communities who work in our service industry and who help us out as well. But a review of this list that you've been provided with today shows that there are also people here who are predators, and sadly, who prey predominantly on people of color in their own communities. And so it's all about balance. It's all about achieving that balance. We have to make sure that we protect everyone in the community, including those people who are of color who are here, who are not criminals and themselves oftentimes become victims. So what we're trying to do is achieve that balance. There's also the greater situation. I've been on the border. I've seen and witnessed myself how porous it is. I've seen groups of people come in and turn themselves into Border Patrol to go into temporary detainment, and these are people not from Mexico. The groups that I saw were people from Romania, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Iraq, all across the world that are coming into our U.S. border. And there is a concern about the potential for terrorism and people coming in, and we do need to try to protect our population. And so, again, it's all this trying to achieve balance with what we do, being fair, being cognizant of the fact that, as much as we might like it to be otherwise, every one of these 141 people that qualified for notification had a serious offense of some type, whether that was a property crime or a crimes against person. And so we just want to achieve that balance by fairly adhering to the law and doing what the law provides the opportunity for us to do. At the same time, letting the community know that we are not out to go out and arrest people who are otherwise innocent.
Well, do you think the Ventura model upsets that balance?
Well, it's first I've heard of the Ventura model, so we'll have a discussion with, with the Public Defender's Office and see. But again, I just want to emphasize that notifying of the release date could be 6 months in advance of the release, or once a date is obtained, could be 2 months, could be 3 months. It's not the same day that they're getting released.
Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on kind of the direction Supervisor Hartman was going, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of this conversation. I know, Sheriff, that you are a student of history, and you care deeply, and you understand our history a lot. I do believe we are at a juncture of history here, and we will be judged by how we respond to this, really the scapegoating, the blaming, the persecution of immigrants federally that's happening by a convicted criminal, I might just add. But looking back at our country, we are a nation of immigrants. We also are a nation of laws, and you speak to that balance. And of course, those who have committed heinous and serious crimes need to be dealt with. But there is a history of scapegoating of those who might not have committed serious crimes, who get caught up in this fervor, anti-immigrant fervor. I mean, really from the beginning of history, that has been unfortunately a tenet of the early 1800s, the anti-Irish sentiment that was a prejudice against Catholicism that led to the Know Nothing Party in the 1850s, the Chinese who came here during the gold rush, who helped make this state what it is, led to the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. The late 1800s, it was anti-Jewish from a lot of Eastern European countries. Of course, post 9/11, it was anti-Muslim. When I was in college, we had Prop 187 in the state that really would turn teachers and nurses into immigration deportation authorities. Thankfully, that was struck down and was deemed unconstitutional. But I just give that because I know, again, you approach this job with such compassion. I've seen it firsthand many times. And I just, this isn't as much as a question, but just really a plea to attempt to approach with your incredibly dedicated staff and team and officers and deputies to be as vigilant about upholding that balance that you just spoke to as humanely possible. And if you have any thoughts on that, but mostly just, again, my request to keep in touch with the board. As much light and that we can shine on what's happening, we have such a community of people, hardworking people who I know create the backbone of our community, of our economy, who are living in fear right now. So our actions, even though we might feel like everything's working and the systems are working and they might need some improvement here and there, the more we communicate, the more transparency, the more we work together with our partners, the better we can do by us in a very scary time in our history, and a time I believe that will be judged by how we respond. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I can assure you that we in the Sheriff's Office look at this in a colorblind manner. I can assure you that the men and women who work in our agency are cognizant of the fact that we treat everybody equally in our community, and I just want to give you some assurance that although it's not perfect, the system that we have in California does provide a really good check and balance against seeing people that have committed very minor crimes from being notified and deported as a result. The reality is that if there's a qualifying crime, it's a significant crime to someone. It may be a theft, but when your catalytic converter is missing in the morning and you come out to work and that's $1,500 that you've got to pay to get that car fixed, that's a devastating crime to many people. And so, and many of these crimes, as you've seen, are crimes against persons, against juveniles, against women, and they are, the reality is, sadly, many of these are repeat offenders that are doing it. So I wouldn't read too much into a minor increase in ICE activity. I think you can probably expect that there will be some additional ICE activity. Really, what's more important is to look at what are the underlying charges and what are the underlying qualifying crimes that allowed that person for us to notify ICE, and is the community better off as a result of them being removed?
Thank you, Sheriff.
Just a little housekeeping. I see there's a few folks here for item number 2. We have a lot of public comment on this item that's going to take quite a while, and then we're going to break for closed session. So item 2 is not going to be until early afternoon, so just so you know. Sorry. Mr. Pepe, sorry about that. Saw you out there. Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I guess it was 2 weeks ago when we had the resolution on the support of immigrants in our community. I supported that resolution in part because, us as supervisors, we don't look at that type of thing. That's not our purview, is, whether somebody is here legally or not. That's a federal discussion. And I usually try to stay out of the federal discussions just because as a county supervisor, that's more my role and more my speed on solving some of the problems. But I just kind of want to also caution the community on the overall, where this is headed. I mean, we are here because of a broken system that lays at the feet of both parties, not just a single party or a single candidate. And I understand that the incoming president likes to speak in hyperbole. I don't think Canada is going to become our 51st state, in the near future. Yet that's something on his list. And I think the best way for us to look at the incoming administration is look at how that looked when the administration was previously in office. And that when the previous administration, I had my staff pull up deportation numbers under the Trump administration versus under the Obama administration. And under the Obama administration, there was 47% higher deportations than under the Trump administration. And it was similar rhetoric coming from the president prior to his election there. So sometimes, there's, I think it's Mario Cuomo that said, you campaign in poetry but govern in prose. It's there's often rhetoric that happens there, and I think for me, I'm going to caution everybody on where moving forward. I think especially somebody who is deeply tied to agriculture, I understand the role of those that might be here undocumented plays in our local industry, but I also understand what you as a sheriff, that you're seeing repeat offenders and some of the crimes that we see on here, that people, stolen vehicle, sex with a minor, substance for sale, vehicle theft, child cruelty, stalking, DUI, domestic violence. And, I think that's what's driving a lot of the conversation nationally, is when there's heinous crimes that are committed by people that came through a broken system, then everybody starts to attack the system. And so, my message, and I think our message from our board is, for the federal government to start working on correcting that system. Put differences aside, because we all live in this world right now where, we're sending mixed messages to a lot of different people. We're saying we want you here to do certain things and be a part of our community in some ways, but we don't in others. And again, that's driven by our federal government not, solving some of these problems. And my prayer, my wish is that, cooler heads come together and we finally get some type of reform. I know Supervisor Lavanino doesn't think that will ever happen because people are making too much money off of the fight. But I'm hopeful as an idealist that maybe both sides can eventually come to a place where we can get past a lot of the talking points and get towards some solutions. And that's where I like for us to land.
Great.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. Very well said. All right, so let's get to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 18 requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, we're going to close public comment roll right now. So we have those 18 speakers, and they'll be granted 3 minutes apiece. Let's go 2.5 minutes apiece. Well, yeah, we have a lot of work still to get done today. Let's go 2.5 minutes.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we will begin on Zoom with Alondra Mendoza, to be followed by Juan Carlos Diaz. And please note, for those of you joining us on Zoom, you do not need to use the raise hand feature. We have your names. Thank you. Alondra?
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Alondra Mendoza, and I am a community advocate with Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project on the Central Coast. Today, with the consent of a community member, I will be sharing the story of an indigenous farm worker, migrant woman who has been working in the agricultural field for the past 20 years. She and her husband had 3 children. The youngest one was diagnosed with Cornelia de Lange syndrome. She wanted to remain anonymous, which I will refer to her under the pseudonym Maria. Unfortunately, her husband got deported two years ago because of a DUI. Prior to that, he was a victim of a crime. He got stabbed in the neck and needed surgery. Maria said he did not receive the proper attention or referral to cope with his trauma, and because of this, it affected his mental health. Maria said he was detained for many months, and after serving his time, he did not get an opportunity to redeem his life choices. If we had a just system, he could have gone to DUI classes and paid his dues, but instead he got deported, leaving his family behind. Instead, Maria is now facing deep depression, sorrow, and frankly anger that there's no way to reunite with her husband and have a complete family. Maria said it is difficult to balance so many life responsibilities when she does not have her partner to support her. She wished our local law enforcement would not have taken her husband away from her because he would have supported in the provision of economic and social emotional well-being on his family. Unfortunately, our farm worker community leaders were unable to attend today's meeting because it was scheduled at a time that doesn't work for them. When important decisions like this are held during working hours that conflict with their jobs, their voices are left out. As an advocate for the community, I urge you to consider the need for accessibility for working community members. It's crucial that we hear directly from them as they are the ones most affected. We urge the board to take action to protect our families by bearing cooperation or limiting cooperation only to cases involving strike offenses. Thank you.
We will now go to Juan Carlos Diaz to be followed by Rognuela Ortiz Prado. Juan?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please
Good
proceed.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Juan Carlos Diaz. I'm a community advocate with the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, MAKeup, on the Central Coast, with the consent of an Indigenous community member who is unable to attend today because she is currently working in the fields during this time of the meeting. I will be sharing her testimony on her behalf. Hello, my name is Alicia. I am a farm worker from the Mixteco community of Metlatono, Guerrero. In August 2024, my little brother was detained by immigration at the border, and since then, he has been in a shelter in Chicago. It is important that families are not separated because we're just trying to be united as family. It is even more difficult for us to be separated from our families in the way the local police are working with immigration. So this example is not of the sheriff's office. It highlights the separation of families. We ask the county and the sheriff's office not collaborate with ICE for the safety of our families. Will also like to share a personal story. A long time ago, my father had voluntarily thrown himself in to the police because he owned some money and he wanted to make up for his mistake because he wanted to do things the right way. My mother at that time, she was pregnant with my little brother. When my father had turned himself in, they told him to not be afraid, that he will be only be incarcerated to serve his sentence and pay what he owned so that he could clean his record. Unfortunately for him, a week later, he had been deported to Mexico. My mother and my other little brothers were affected financially and mentally because of this. Even though my mother was pregnant, she had to do the best she could to support me and my little brothers to continue our education. Sometimes I think about my father's case, that just like him, many others have been deported suddenly, and many mothers like mine are left alone with their children trying to survive in this country where they live, with the hope of one day being able to fulfill their dreams, to get out of poverty, to be able to have a home and work with dignity and their children and our future generations. I respectfully want to ask you to stop or limit the collaboration and transfers of incarcerated people with ICE. And
Thank you,
last but
Juan.
not
That is your
least,
time.
thank you.
We will now go to Rognuela Ortiz Prado to be followed by Fernando Hernandez.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Sí me pueden escuchar?
Please proceed. We can hear you.
Mi nombre es Roganuel Ortiz y soy coordinador del grupo juvenil Tequio con la organización comunitaria Proyecto Mixteco Indígena.
Hold on just a minute, please. We have a translator for it. It's Mixteco.
She's speaking Spanish. You want me to do it in English?
Yes, but I think he's speaking
He was speaking
Mixteco.
Mixteco.
Okay.
Es español.
Yes, Spanish. Okay, so we have a translator here for you.
Si prefiere hablar español, puede hablar español. Hable en pausa, por favor. Si va a hablar en español, hable una frase, haga pausa para que yo pueda interpretar consecutivamente.
Okay.
¿Me escucha?
Sí, sí me escuchan.
Adelante.
Mi nombre es Roganuel Ortiz
My name is Robamero Ortiz.
y soy co-coordinador del grupo juvenil Tequio
I am a co-coordinator of the youth group called Tequio,
de la organización Proyecto Mixteco Indígena
which is an organization from the indigenous, Mixteco indigenous people
en el condado de Santa Bárbara.
in the county of Santa Barbara.
Estamos aquí hoy en nombre de todos los inmigrantes que llaman hogar al condado de Santa Bárbara.
We are here in the name of all the immigrants que se llaman ¿cómo, por favor?
Y llaman hogar al condado de Santa Bárbara
That they work here in the county of Santa Barbara.
para exigir a la mesa de supervisores
I'm having difficulty hearing. Repita, por favor.
para exigir
Yeah. To demand
a la mesa de supervisores
to the Board of Supervisors
a tomar medidas para proteger a las familias,
to take measurements to protect the indigenous community
impidiendo la cooperación con el Departamento de Sheriff y ICE,
and impeding or avoiding the cooperation of the Sheriff Department with ICE.
Me gustaría compartir con ustedes
I would like to share with all of you
el testimonio de uno de nuestros miembros
the testimony of one of our members,
de la comunidad quien es padre y residente de Santa María.
whose parents are residents of Santa Maria.
He vivido aquí en el condado Santa Bárbara durante casi 10 años.
Lived in the county of Santa Barbara for almost 10 years.
Trabajé honradamente en este país.
Perdón, ¿puede repetir?
Trabajé honradamente en este país,
I have worked honestly in this country,
pero nunca pude disfrutar mi libertad.
but I had never been able to enjoy my freedom.
Cuando veía a un oficial me invadía el miedo
When I saw an officer, I always had fear.
y me recordaba las traumas que me había dejado ICE.
And I remember the trauma that was left on me by ICE.
No podía ni siquiera disfrutar una salida o ir a hacer el mandado.
I couldn't even enjoy going out or go do my errands
Porque sabía que por mi estatus migratorios,
Repita, por favor.
porque sabía que por mi estatus migratorios,
Because I knew that due to my migratory status,
color de piel o mi lengua me iba a cuestionar un oficial.
puede repetir, por favor.
Color de piel o mi lengua me iba a cuestionar un oficial.
Yeah, all of these things will bring consequences with an officer.
Tenía mucho miedo ya que las personas que trabajaban conmigo
I had a lot of fear, even with the people that I had around me,
porque a veces la detenía un oficial y al asistir a la corte eran detenidos por ICE.
because sometimes we would be detained and arrested by ICE.
Por eso mi rutina era de casa al trabajo.
Therefore, my life was from home to work.
Ese miedo me acompañaba siempre
That fear has always come with me or accompanied me.
y nunca pude sentirme realmente tranquilo.
¿Puede repetir, por favor?
Y nunca pude sentirme realmente
And
tranquilo.
I never really felt calm or quiet,
Lo que
safe.
más deseaba era ser tratado con dignidad y respeto.
All I wanted really was to be treated with respect and equity,
Como cualquier otra persona que trabaja y aporta en este país.
like any other person that works and lives in this country.
Quisiera que otros padres
I wish that other parents,
no tengan la misma rutina como la que tuvo este miembro de la comunidad.
they will not have the same thing that this member of the community had.
Nadie merece vivir así.
Nobody deserves to live like that.
Espero que el Departamento de Sheriff
I hope that the Sheriff Department
genere paz,
will generate peace,
igualdad
equity,
y tranquilidad,
and tranquility,
en vez de generar miedo a la comunidad,
instead of instilling fear in the community.
que día a día aporta en este país.
Perdón, repita.
Que día a día aporta en este país.
Yes, that this is what this country deserves, and we deserve in this country.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Fernando Hernandez, to be followed by Maria Salguero. Fernando?
Hi. Good afternoon, supervisors and team members. First of all, thank you all for your time. My name is Fernando Hernandez. I'm a DOJ accredited legal representative by the Department of Justice. I also want, here we are once again meeting to ask the sheriff to stop cooperating with ICE. I work with the many community members that speak Mixteco. I myself, I'm an indigenous. I come from indigenous parents. I consider myself indigenous. I speak Mixteco, Spanish, and English. Today, I will specifically be talking about a client that we have. Marisela was arrested but was never convicted in 2019. That same year, Marisela was a victim of domestic violence, to which she reported to the police. That same year, she was deported back to Mexico. The reason why she was deported back to Mexico was because her information was shared with immigration. Prior to her being deported, she was already a survivor of domestic violence. She was punished twice because she was a victim and was also deported back to Mexico. Not only she was the victim, but also her kids, who were dependent on her. Due to the extreme domestic violence that Marisela had to go through, she became dependent on drugs. But instead of the sheriff's department on being supportive on how to show her how to improve herself, her information was shared with ICE, where she was deported. Marisela came to our office after learning more about her rights. Marisela started doing therapy to overcome the nightmare that she had to go through. She started attending drug rehabilitation, family therapy, because she wanted to be better for her kids. She's a perfect example of double punishment. She was arrested, not convicted, and started doing therapy to be a better person for herself and her family, but still she was deported. There are many cases like Marisela where community members are double punished. And also, I think I also want to, because I do, I'm not sure if it was a sheriff, but someone said that they want to make the community feel given confident or to be able to call the police department. But to be honest, when I have appointments with clients, most of them fear, even after being victims of crimes, don't feel safe calling the sheriff because they fear that they might having contact with them might be able to they might be deported. And also I also want to once again let them know that there are many indigenous community. It's not just Spanish. So I'm not sure if that was my timing.
Yep,
But
that's
thank
your
you.
time. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Maria Salguero, to be followed by Brooke Lotz. Maria?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Salguero, and I stand before you today as a senior staff attorney for the Santa Barbara County Immigrant Legal Defense Center, a local nonprofit organization that provides free legal representation to folks living in Santa Barbara County that have pending cases before the Federal Immigration Court. I am here to speak in support of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department discontinued collaboration with ICE. Our sheriff just mentioned, and I quote, "We do not enforce federal immigration law." But the reality is that you do facilitate the enforcement of federal immigration law by voluntarily choosing to collaborate with ICE, and that is why we are here. It is important to recognize that ICE has the resources it needs to carry out its duties without exploiting the already limited resources of our local government. The Sheriff's Office, in continuing its collaboration with ICE, exposes this county to potential legal action and financial liability for violations of the Fourth Amendment and individuals' due process rights. Immigrants who encounter the criminal legal system should never face double punishment, nor should they be denied their fundamental right to due process. While U.S. citizens are afforded the dignity of returning to their families and communities while adjudicating or completing their cases, immigrants are transferred to ICE custody and fast-tracked for deportation, regardless of the merits of the underlying criminal case, solely because local law enforcement has voluntarily, again, decided to collaborate with federal agents in enforcing federal law. This is unjust, this is inhumane, and it must end. I urge the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office and the Board of Supervisors to adopt a clear and firm policy that refuses to use county resources for immigration enforcement, especially considering the anticipated promise from President-elect and convicted felon Donald Trump to, and I quote, carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. Ceasing collaboration with ICE is not just a legal and ethical necessity, it is also a moral imperative. Thank you.
We will now go to Brooke Lutz to be followed by Catherine Henry. Brooke? And Brooke, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. All right, we will now go to Catherine Henry.
Can you hear me, Supervisors? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, thank you. My name is Brooke Lotz, and I'm here today as an immigration attorney and a resident of Santa Barbara County. I'm here today to urge that the board discourage the Sheriff's Office from voluntarily cooperating with ICE on SB 54 notifications. I believe that not only as someone who has worked with the immigrant community and whose neighbors are also members of the immigrant community, that the Sheriff's Office should know that, in fact, folks are not able to always disengage the idea of federal immigration enforcement from local law enforcement. This is in part because ICE works hard to blur those lines by wearing police vests when effectuating arrests. And this leads to folks believing that there is direct collaboration. And the fact of the matter is that as the Sheriff's Office voluntarily cooperates with ICE using SB 54, that encourages that belief and is not as incorrect as they have stated earlier today. This discourages victims of crimes and also witnesses from cooperating with the Sheriff's Office, and this leads to all of our communities being less safe, all folks in our communities being less safe. Further, I would like to point out that it's not just the quote-unquote undocumented population that we think about when we think about immigrant communities. We also think about people who are green card holders, who have won asylum, and who have been in this country for decades, and often are also among our friends and family. But this is not just limited, SB 54 is not just limited to folks who have who are undocumented. Further, we know from past Truth Acts that the Sheriff's Office has gotten SB 54 exceptions incorrect. And what that means is that that puts our county at risk for liability, both financial and legal. As an attorney, I can tell you that SB 54 is not always clear, and it is rather nuanced. And with the Sheriff's Office relying on non-attorneys to interpret and apply those SB 54 exceptions, that is a risk that affects me as a taxpayer and, you know, as a community member as well.
Thank you, Brooke. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Catherine Henry to be followed by FES. Catherine?
Good afternoon, Chair, Board, and staff. My name is Catherine Henry, and I am a community organizer here on behalf of Planned Parenthood Central Coast Action Fund, which works to expand access to quality healthcare for our entire community. I am here today in collaboration with our community members to ask to end or limit cooperations with ICE. Several other counties, including Los Angeles, have passed local policies to this effect, and this board has passed a resolution to acknowledge the importance of non-citizens' contributions to our community. Despite this, we are allowing double punishment for non-citizens finish their sentence and then get taken into ICE custody. As everyone has been talking about, the people transferred to ICE don't exist in isolation. They are members of families and of communities. And at Planned Parenthood, we know that community health is much more than just seeing a provider when you're sick. It includes keeping our communities and families whole, safe, and unafraid. So we urge the board to take action to protect families by barring cooperation with ICE. Thank you.
We will now go to FES to be followed by Thomas Becker. Effie?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am here to echo the many experts calling to protect our immigrant community members. The community members speaking to you today believe in the humanity of all individuals. If an individual has served their sentence or been held to answer, why then is there an added punishment of detention and deportation? Why is Santa Barbara County still imposing different laws for individuals based on their documentation status if the U.S. Constitution states that all men are created equal? Allowing immigrant community members who have served their sentences to be punished twice is biased. If not because of where they were born and the county's facilitation of deportation, these community members would be allowed to return home to their families and communities. Subjecting immigrants to additional detention and deportation is blatant discrimination and a cruel double punishment. Santa Barbara's voluntary collaboration with ICE jeopardizes people's trust in their local police, which in turn affects all of the wider community. Studies have shown again and again the possibility of family separation for reporting a crime means that people are less likely to seek local police protection in cases of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking, and are less likely to report crimes in general. It's clear, not reporting makes communities unsafe. Santa Barbara County families and communities should be reunited with their loved ones, not subjected to ICE's abusive detention and deportation practices and extra punishment that no citizen faces on top of their sentence. Many counties have already ceased voluntary collaboration with ICE. You have the opportunity to adopt a policy that ensures we are investing in family unity, not family separation. We must leave this shameful past behind and adopt a humane policy to keep families together. This voluntary and excessive double punishment of our immigrant community members must end. Santa Barbara County Supervisors must adopt a policy to ensure no resources are used to collude with ICE. Thank you.
We will now go to Thomas Becker to be followed by Elizabeth Danakos. Thomas?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. First off, I want to notify you that I did submit 2 letters on this agenda item last week and I think Monday. So there are 2 letters submitted to you by me that are on the record. I want to explain the requirement of county employees having to notify federal law enforcement if county employees are aware of criminal acts committed by illegal aliens. It's a concept called concurrent jurisdiction, that if if county employees are aware of crimes committed by illegal aliens, in which both state and federal law have jurisdiction, that county employee has to report that to federal law enforcement. You don't have any choice on that matter. Now, this is important because I talked to a government employee who notified me that he was threatened by his supervisor of termination and criminal prosecution if he contacted federal law enforcement concerning illegal alien violations in county and programs that are federally funded and administered by the county. Just think about that. That is a violation of the law to threaten an employee, if they want to go to federal law enforcement to notify law enforcement of criminal activity. That is a federal violation. I think they'll get you 10 years in federal prison. Federal whistleblower protections supersede any state law restricting state employees' contact with the feds. If any if any county employee wants to contact federal law enforcement to inform them of federal law violations, you better not do anything to retaliate against them. I'll give you an example. If an employee at the county jail finds out there's an illegal alien and they're here in this country illegally, which is a federal crime, Bill Brown better not retaliate or threaten against that employee for contacting the feds. That'll put Bill Brown in federal prison for 10 years. And the same with the rest of you. Do not obstruct federal law enforcement.
Thank you, Thomas. That is your time. We will now go to Elizabeth Danakos to be followed by Michael Lynch. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Supervisors. I am Lisa Diniakos, Program Manager at MyCOP's Immigration Legal Assistance. MyCOP, as you know, is Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, and it's an organization that has served the farm worker community on California's Central Coast for more than 25 years. The MyCOP Immigration Legal Assistance Program is very aware that a person with little financial means who has been arrested receives less legal assistance than others. In the circumstance of being arrested for serious crime, a person can often accept a plea that could adversely affect them. And the reason might not be guilt, but rather that the plea might allow them to leave the jail sooner because continuing to work to provide for themselves and their family is a priority. Voluntary cooperation with ICE by the Santa Barbara County Sheriff either deports a person or it puts such a person into a system that has little transparency and often is not accountable for its crimes and rights violation that it perpetrates on the people inside of its centers. Deaths and medical negligence occurs in detention centers. It's happened and it's happening now. And I direct you to ICE reports themselves, but also reports from the ACLU, Detention Watch, and other organizations supporting human rights. While the danger is paramount, immigration detention also restricts access to legal assistance. This can be not only due to limited funds to hire a lawyer, but also the detention system itself often restricts access to lawyers. When the sheriff voluntarily cooperates with ICE, he decides that someone is a criminal. And when we ask, what we would like to do is ask the sheriff instead to realize that this person may be someone who's encountered language issues or who has not been able financially to fight their case in order to have a better outcome, like, for example, Trump. Please end all of Santa Barbara County's voluntary cooperation with ICE, and this includes a policy defining transfer to include anytime ICE arrests someone in a non-public part of the jail. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Michael Lynch to be followed by Primitiva Hernandez, who's here in Santa Barbara. Michael? And Michael, we have unmuted you, but it appears your microphone might not be working properly. I see you are unmuted, but I do not see your microphone working. We'll return to you shortly. Let's go to Santa Barbara with Primitiva Hernandez to be followed by Damian Julian. Primitiva?
Hello, everyone. My name is Primitiva Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director of 805 on DocuFund. I'm also on the board for Importa Santa Barbara, which is the largest provider of immigration legal services in the Tri-County areas. And 805 on DocuFund is also the leading organization of the 805 Immigrant Coalition. And this is my first time coming here making public comment, but believe me, it's not the last time you're gonna see me here, because this is something that is important for my people. It's the first time I sit and listen to a Truth Talk forum, and honestly, when I found out that I was gonna hear about data that happened in 2023, as a non-person from the United States of America, coming to this place, to this country for opportunity, that is shameful, let me tell you that, to say the least. Because we cannot make decisions based on what happened in 2023, and as you've heard, it's only increasing, slight or not slight, it's increasing, and that should be concerning to all of you in this room here. So what I want to tell you is that if we are under this belief that cooperation with ICE, whether it's crimes that were determined eligible or non-eligible under SB 54, it does not help the overall community. The community is scared. They're afraid of what's coming, and as you've heard from other comments, they're not able to distinguish whether ICE is coming here to our communities from the federal orders, or if it's happening at the county jails. To them, ICE is ICE, and fear is fear. And by the sheriff voluntarily cooperating, you're adding to that. If you think you're keeping the community safe, you're not. You're not. And I think we all know that here. And Santa Barbara County is able to set a precedent and follow suit to the other counties that are being leaders in what we are facing. You can follow suit and beat Ventura County for once, and pass an ordinance that can limit or end this cooperation. LA has already done it, Santa Clara, San Diego. So why can't we do it? Every time I go and work.
Thank you, that is your time.
Thank you. And I'm here if you need to talk after, okay?
We will remain in Santa Barbara for Damian Julian, to be followed by Arthur Stevens. Damian?
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Damian Julian. I'm a first generation Mexican American, and I represent Gen Z. As a recent new voter, I can tell you that this cooperation with the sheriff and ICE is not what my generation believes in, and we will not support discriminatory practices by those who are supposed to be protecting us. When people are deported after serving their sentence, that is double punishment, and we do not support that. Board of Supervisors, please stop this practice. Thank you.
We will now go to Arthur Stevens, to be followed by Anna D. Stefano. Arthur?
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Art Stevens. My wife Judy and I are Episcopal priests who've lived in Santa Barbara since 2004, served at Trinity Church, and now at St. Michael's University Church. I am a board member of Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, Santa Barbara. My wife and I have a son whom I'm calling for his own safety, EO, whom we informally adopted in 2016. He came here as a DACA child brought by his birth mother in 2007. In 2017, I'm not sure whether this law was enacted by then or not, but I don't care right now. While he was living with us, he was charged with DUI as a result of a non-injury traffic accident. He was released conditioned on payment of a $3,000 fine and attending a number of meetings with AA and Zona Seca. Also, he had to do community service, and he chose to do community service with the Sheriff's Department, rather naively. He completed his community service for the Sheriff's Department, where he was cleaning beaches. Upon completion, he reported his completion to the department. Instead of signing off that he had completed his duties. The sheriff's department turned him over to ICE then and had him deported by bus to Adelanto Detention Center. We hired a lawyer to defend him at Adelanto. He was there 3 weeks bunking with someone accused of murder. We submitted a letter to the court and showed up for the hearing. The judge read our letter, looked at us in the audience wearing our clergy clothes, and asked what church we belonged to, and we said Episcopal. The judge banged his gavel and said $10,000 fine. We found the $10,000 with the help of a number of friends and brought EO home. The day after he got home, he was told that he had lost his Social Security and his DACA and that he could not work for a year.
Thank you, author. That is your time.
My time is up?
Yes, it is.
Oh. When he found he could not work, EO
Arthur.
went to school at City College. He could not pay the $3,000 fine because he couldn't work, so my wife and I paid it.
Arthur, thank you. Your time is up.
All right. I just want to say that the results of this are continuing daily in his life.
We will now go to Anna Di Stefano to be followed by Victoria Green. Anna?
Good afternoon now. My name is Anna Di Stefano, and I'm speaking on behalf of members of the Justice and Equity team of the Unitarian Society of Santa Barbara, several of whose members are here. We're deeply concerned about any communication or cooperation between ICE and local law enforcement that might jeopardize members of our immigrant community. We would like to reiterate our congregation's statement of conscience on immigration. The Unitarian Society of Santa Barbara resolves to affirm the principles of our faith, both in private and public forums, by providing a single voice against unjust policies and practices that target and discriminate against immigrant communities. We speak with one voice in opposition to public policies and actions that threaten the human rights of all immigrants. Additionally, we resolve to join with other organizations in the pursuit of justice, dignity, and compassion for immigrant communities, and to provide support, both real and moral, as we go forth. As people of faith and people of conscience, we believe that every person is sacred. We will work to ensure respect for the dignity, safety, and human rights of all people while resisting unjust policies and practices that target and discriminate against immigrant communities. Further, in the current political environment, as has been pointed out, our statement and actions are more relevant than ever. Concern for others is concern for all of us. The physical and moral safety of our entire community is inextricably bound together with the safety and dignity of the immigrant community in principle and practice. We urge a commitment by us all, but especially by leaders and institutions, including law enforcement, to policies, practices, and changes that recognize and enhance our interdependent safety, common humanity, and well-being. Let us observe not only the letter of the law, but also its spirit. Without such a commitment, we make it impossible to live fully in harmony and safety. The community is watching. Thank you.
We will now go to Victoria Green, then we will return to Zoom from Michael Lynch. Victoria?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Victoria Green, I'm the board president of the Immigrant Legal Defense Center. You've heard a lot of good reasons today about why the sheriff's cooperation with ICE should end. So I will just say, with respect to that, I hope that the sheriff will end his voluntary cooperation with ICE, and I would ask that your board consider not providing funding to the sheriff's department to be used for the purpose of ICE cooperation. I also wanted to address something that I think hasn't really come up today, but is very important. The sheriff has a practice of making the names of people held in custody available online. You can go online, any of us, and search for someone's name or a common last name and see what the whether there's a release date scheduled for that person. If there is, that will be posted. And I think what this does is it allows the sheriff to circumvent the Truth Act and SB 54 by making that information accessible to ICE. So that would allow ICE to track people for which a retainer was not honored by the sheriff, as well as to just racially profile by looking up Flores, for example, as a last name and looking for release dates. We don't know what will come with Trump. You know, we may see a lot more funding for ICE locally. And so if that happens, I think what we'll see is just fishing for people, whether or not they have been convicted of a crime, whether it's a minor crime, and not on that list of Truth Act and SB 54. We don't know. So I would ask that the sheriff end that practice of posting release dates online, because it puts a lot of people in the community in danger. Thank you.
We will now return to Zoom for Michael Lynch, who's our final speaker. Michael? Unfortunately, it appears we're still having audio issues with you. My apologies. And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, great, very good. I'll bring it back to the board now for either questions or comments. I had a question. What happens in a case just on a, let's say, a regular citizen that commits a crime but also has another crime in another jurisdiction? So do they serve their time here, and then how does that work out? Do we then transfer to another county or state, or do we run into that circumstance at a county jail?
We do, and there's a couple of different ways that it can go, depending upon, they can actually ask to be transferred ahead of time, i.e. to be able to go deal with their other case. But typically, they would serve out their time, and then that other county would come and pick them up. And that's an actual transfer where they never leave our custody.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
I just wondered if the sheriff wanted to respond to anything you heard in public comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. There was one thing in particular that I would like to make public. The lady who came up here and talked about the who's in custody feature that we have on our website, something else that I think she should consider as well. One is that many times people who have been victimized by people who are in jail use that system to determine if they are still in jail. So it's an important feature for those who have been victimized by people who are in our custody. We did take all the photographs down, so we don't show booking photographs anymore on that system, but we do still have people that are mentioned by name and the other various information. The other thing is, just anecdotally, I had a family, a woman and her daughter, who came in to see me and essentially told me that their son, who was severely mentally ill and had been chronically homeless, had been on the streets for, it was 10 or 15 years. And they lived in a different state, and they didn't have any idea where he was. And they found him as a result of going on that website and finding that he was in our custody, which allowed them to fly out here and be reunited with that person. And this had happened several different times, and she specifically said, "Thank you so much for having that feature on your website. It's the only way that we can really determine that my boy and my daughter's brother is even still alive." So there are always two sides to a story. There's always a different outlook. And again, I recognize the passion with which the people who are here advocating have, and I recognize that It's a very, very important issue to them. I want to assure them that we're doing everything we can do to be fair and just in what we do in adherence to SB 54. But there is that other side of the story generally on all of these vantage points. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add, listening to the discussion here and then listening to a lot of things nationally, I think it's important to note that undocumented people have lower crime rates than elsewhere. In fact, lower crime rates since 1870, and in 2020, 60% lower crime rate. So I think people who are undocumented tend to be vast majority, tend to want to be very careful and not get into any trouble. So it's a lower crime rate even than U.S. citizens. So I think in the context, that's really important to remember, because some of the rhetoric, especially nationally, is creating a kind of fear of people. It's not just scapegoating, but creating a fear, and I think that's unwarranted. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I took away from this a lot, is there's perception and there's reality, and it's on both sides. The perception of the immigrant community is that, ICE, that the sheriff is trying to round people up, and you got to look at what the numbers are. And I think the perception on the other side, too, is from other folks, is that these are all the people that are committing all the crimes in our community. And neither one of those are true. But, somebody said today, well, the community is watching. And in my community, they are. And a lot of them have been victims as well. It's just not, I always, when we get to this hearing, it bothers me, because it feels like we're sitting here trying to defend these 5 people. Because what this hearing is really about is 2 people from 2022 and 5 people from 2023. And when we first got into this, we thought it was this huge amount of people. And then we were told that it's just for minor crimes. So then what we added to the hearing, and we asked for, and we're getting now, is what are those crimes that the people are being sent to ICE for, or not even being sent to ICE, but just letting ICE know that these folks are here. I don't understand how we can defend, and I'm here supporting the immigrant community, but I don't support these 5 people. I mean, you can't be incarcerated 7 times, 11 times, 12 times, and expect that everything's just going to be business as usual. When people talk about they're very scared of ICE, well, no one was scared when they came here. That it seems like. It's like they came here with impunity, you get arrested 12 times, 11 times. The one person we heard was 74 times. We shouldn't be defending those people. I'm here to defend anybody that's here, that's working hard, that's trying. Even if you commit a minor crime, I get it, that's fine. And we're going to work with you. I feel as the Board of Supervisors and our local law enforcement as best we can to protect you. I don't care if you're a citizen or you're a non-citizen or whoever you are. If you're committing violent crime in Santa Maria, where I'm from, I don't have a defense for you. I can't go to bat for you if you've been continually going through this process. I do agree with Supervisor Capps that I think this, and Supervisor Hartman, this is at a turning point where maybe this isn't what we're going to see in the future, where it's 2 people and 5 people. I want to be the first one to know about it too. That if there's a change, and we're just not sending away people for assault with a deadly weapon and corporal violence on a cohabitant, if that changes, we need to know about it and figure out how we're going to deal with it as a board of elected officials. But I think this hearing does always seem to forget that there are a lot of victims out there. And as the sheriff mentioned, most of those victims are also undocumented individuals. And standing up for people that continue to commit crimes doesn't hold water in my book. But I understand how the fear that puts in other people. But the sheriff isn't the one to blame for that. The Board of Supervisors isn't the one to blame for that. The prosecutor isn't the one to blame for that. It's these people that are bad actors in our community that are the ones to blame for that. So I appreciate this hearing. I know things might be turning in a different direction, which I don't support, and I really want to know when that worm turns. So, Supervisor Williams.
Well, I can really understand that, and that is why in the past I've had trust in the discretion of law enforcement to, as to when, a qualifying charge deserves, more. I do think there's cases in which that could be double jeopardy, as pointed out by some of the speakers, and there's cases in which that would be a rational decision by law enforcement to try to keep somebody who's dangerous away from the public. But it does give me great cause for concern when we're going from 2 in 2022 to 3 to 5 in 2023 to at least 15 and counting in 2024. And I don't think we know from this hearing what's going on there yet. Right. And that's I think that's a problem, because statistically, if those are pretrial, those 15 are pretrial, somebody's innocent in that bunch, right? So I think that's why we need to delve into this deeper. I do think this is why it would be helpful when the qualifying charge is listed on the report that the date of the qualifying charge and the previous charge or conviction is both there, so that we kind of understand, is this like something that they did in another life, or was it something that happened 6 months before and it's a real, kind of maybe a reasonable call to make, right? So I think that would be helpful in improving transparency and the trust of the public in that discretion. And I do think that we have to think about how things might change dramatically in short order, and how our systems might be used for unjust means. I think law enforcement discretion is all about thinking, okay, should this person be exposed to the public versus the chain of events that several speakers had of effects of the criminal justice system on their lives, not making anybody safer, but creating a sort of a double jeopardy for things that would otherwise maybe have been able to be resolved and their lives move on and become productive members of society. So I think, to me, that's really what I'm hoping that people wrestle with out of this, is if our systems could be used for means that are counter to the logic of discretion. The logic of discretion is that sometimes it helps when you guys make a call, right? But if that's the logic of the system, is there ways in which that could be exploited for the wrong means?
Supervisor
or the wrong ends?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just building on the consensus or some of the concerns I've heard, I know that our action today is just merely to receive this report, but I'm curious if it might be possible to tack on to it that we would like to know and have the sheriff come back to us at his discretion if things change in a way that's you can tell, given that you've listened to every word here, that would be of interest and alarm to us potentially. I don't need to put a number on that, I don't think, but I think that that would make me feel better about our job in communicating with our constituents if we weren't just receiving a report today, as mentioned by one of the speakers, about 2023, but rather building on where we go from here and a keen eye to making sure that if things move in a direction that to me would be very alarming, that we at least have the information to share and be able to discern as a board as to how to respond.
I think that's good staff direction, and Sheriff's acknowledging, shaking his head, so.
Thank you.
Good.
Well, I can make that into a motion if
Yeah,
that
let's
helps.
do as a motion with that, okay? What you just said is the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
And staff recommendations A and B.
And staff recommendation A and B.
Good. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate everybody that was here today for that. That takes us to Madam County Counsel for closed session. Can you please let us know what we're going to be talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board is scheduled to meet in closed session on 3 items of existing litigation: County of Santa Barbara versus Lori Corson, Yana Zimmer versus the county, and American Medical Response West versus the county. They're all 3 Santa Barbara Superior Court cases. And conference with real property negotiators. The property is 17100 Cali Mariposa Arena in Gaviota. The agency negotiator is General Services Director Kirk Lagerquist. The negotiating party is David Rose with Point Aguelo Pipeline Company, and under negotiation is price and terms. And the time estimate is an hour and a half.
Okay, we'll be back sometime around 3 o'clock or 2:45. Let's shoot for 2:45, see what we can do. All right, good afternoon. We're reconvening the meeting of December 17th, 2024. County Council, can we please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 4 items: County of Santa Barbara versus Lori Corson, Yana Zimmer versus the county, American Medical Response West versus the county, and real property negotiations for 17100 Cali Mariposa Arena. And the board took no reportable action.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please read item number 2 into the record?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a proposed Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District, SBC WID.
Okay, Brittany?
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. Good afternoon, fellow board supervisors. My name is Brittany Oderman, and I'm the Deputy CEO, and I'm here today to introduce the Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District. I'm joined by Allison Laslett. She's the CEO of the Santa Barbara Vintners, and their consultant, Gina Reed, from Civitas Advisors. They are sponsoring this item, and we'll walk through what the Wine Improvement District is and why the Santa Barbara Vintners is invested in forming it. The formation of this business improvement district does require board action as the sponsoring government agency. These actions are as follows. Today, you would adopt a resolution of intent if you choose to move forward to establish the district. Adopt a second resolution requesting consent of all 8 cities in the county, since the proposed boundary of the district is the county in its entirety, inclusive of the cities. And as required by government code, set a public meeting on January 14th to allow public testimony, and set a final hearing for February 11th to consider adoption of the resolution of formation of the Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District. And now I will hand it over to Allison Laslett, and she's going to walk you through some information.
Switch.
There you go.
You can start. Chair Levanino, members of the board, thank you for having us today. Gina is going to start with the explanation.
Now it's green.
Look at this. Woo. Everybody, woo. All right, that's what we paid for, the oohs and the ahs. Here we go.
All right, Gina Reed is going to introduce what is a wine bid.
Good afternoon. Gina Reed. I'm a senior project manager at Civitas. Our firm helps organizations all over the state as well as out of state form many types of business improvement districts. So I will cover what is a wine bid. Allison will touch on the proposed district for Santa Barbara, and then we're here to answer any questions. So a wine bid, or a WID as I'm going to refer to it today, is a special assessment district where businesses within a certain geographical area pay an assessment that provides a stable funding source for businesses that are able to then work together and fund programs that specifically benefit their business. So that can include marketing, sales activity, promotional efforts, industry and government relations, and essentially increasing demand for visitation to the wineries. This is very similar to the tourism business improvement district that you have here in Santa Barbara County. There are 114 of those tourism districts, so these are essentially the same things, except for instead of hotels, we're focused on the wine businesses, and instead of an assessment on overnight visitation, we're looking at an assessment on direct-to-consumer wine sales. Wine bids are becoming an increasingly popular funding mechanism for the wine industry. The reasons are some characteristics in that they do create a level playing field and there are no free riders. So essentially, if a business meets the definition of an assessed business, that they would pay that assessment. The bids are transparent in that you know how much the assessment is, you know approximately how much is going to be raised, and it's prescriptive as to how the funds can be spent within the legal document that is called the Management District Plan. And while the assessment is the responsibility of the business to pay, an attractive characteristic of these districts is that you do have the ability to pass the assessment on to the consumer, so it is not an out-of-pocket cost to the businesses.
Okay, why the wine bid for Santa Barbara County? For us, it provides predictable and stable funding. We have already seen how funding helps this organization promote the wine region in Santa Barbara County. We received almost $800,000 in marketing between 2020 and 2023 from the California Department of Food and Agriculture. During that time, we saw an almost 50% growth in retail sales between 2018 and 2022. Over a 5-year period. We were able to advertise to people who were at their computers for COVID, and it did attract them to Santa Barbara County. That was certainly part of the increase in growth sales that we saw, but it was also the advertising. Temecula, who has had a wine bid in place for the last 2 years, saw an 18% increase in visitation from September 2022 to September 2023. We certainly did not see an increase of visitation like that in any of the other wine regions. I work with the other regions and we were able to compare. And so we knew we could see Temecula pulling ahead when they had their wine bid. The assessment in Santa Barbara County is proposed to be 1% on direct-to-consumer retail sales in the state of California. This means that anything that incurs California sales tax in the tasting rooms, sold out of the tasting rooms or the winery, would be included in the assessed district. So that would be tasting room sales, wine club, events, food, merchandise. Our bid proposal does not include wholesale or out-of-state sales. What would we spend the money on? We would spend it on marketing, brand awareness, PR, events, community engagement, government and industry education. We've considered other areas of improvement that are yet to be determined, but have talked about specific AVA support, if there's infrastructure improvements we could make in the wine region, philanthropy. But the funding that is gained from these programs and activities must benefit the specific payer. I would just like to add that over 100 wineries have signed the petition for a majority percentage of 59% of the wine economy in the district.
So as far as remittances of the assessment, Santa Barbara County, in addition to the other wine districts that are in existence, are choosing to utilize HDL, whom you guys already have a contract with to collect the assessment on behalf of the wineries. As you guys know, the county doesn't currently collect sales tax, so there's not really a mechanism in place for the county to handle that. So HDL is something that they specialize in. They have a mechanism in place. They have access to all of the business data and revenue. So this is, the plan is to have HDL collect the assessment.
Thank you. I'll just wrap up with some general information. Much of this was covered, but I do want to just talk about that the county has approved resolutions of consent for 2 other business improvement districts in the unincorporated county. We have the San Ynez Valley Tourism Bid, or Business Improvement District, and the City of Solvang serves as the lead. And the South and Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District, where the City of Santa Barbara serves as the lead. So this would be the first bid where the county would serve as the lead agency. And that is because only a county or city can form a benefit improvement district or a benefit assessment district and levy an assessment. One thing to keep in mind, this is included in your board package, that the assessment area is governed by a management district plan. And in that plan, it details much of how this, how that will be governed, the boundaries, things of that nature. And in that management district plan, it also details that the assessment will be collected by a third party and that the county would have a contract with the Vintners Association to act as the owners association, which means that they will implement and administer the activities of this business assessment district. And just to reiterate, as required by law, all of the proposed assessed businesses were mailed a petition, and over 50% of the assessments proposed to be levied, those businesses signed the petition and in support of the formation of the Santa Barbara County WID. Some issues to weigh and consider for the board is, as Gina mentioned, the county currently doesn't have a role in the collection of sales tax, and that's a function of the state. So sales-based assessments require a new assessment collection process to be designed and implemented, and that is why the choice of the third party comes into play. Cost of the third party would be funded by the bid assessments. That isn't a cost that the county would bear. But there would be some county staffing resources required to administer and oversee the contract with the Vintners Association to ensure compliance with the management district plan and to receive the annual reports from the district, as well as any other issues as they may arise. Do you want to walk through the formation timeline? Okay.
Yeah. So we began discussions, well, Civitas was hired, I should say, at the beginning of this year because conversations took place well in advance of the beginning of this year. But essentially, the steps on the top in blue are where we have been. So we have been doing outreach and consensus building with the industry since January. We drafted that management district plan in May and have been working with both the Vintners and the county on reviewing and approving that document. We have gone through that petition drive, which we did very quickly. It was great. That took place over the last month or so, and then that brings us to the 3 steps that are in gray. So here today asking to adopt the resolution of intention to form, the resolution requesting consent from all of the other jurisdictions. Following successful adoption of that resolution, a notice would be mailed to all of the CEST businesses in the coming week or so. And then from there, we will be going to all of the other jurisdictions to grant consent to the county to form the district. So as Brittany mentioned, we will be back here January 14th for the public meeting, February 11th for the final hearing, and then assuming all goes as planned, the district would begin collections starting April 1st.
Oh, excuse me. I just put the recommendations back up on the last slide for a reminder, and that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take questions.
Okay, questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
When this came in 2019, I think we didn't have experience in the state really with this kind of thing. You were a bit ahead of your time. My question is, the structure that you're setting up with the Vintners administering this and then HDL being the collection agency, is this a model that the other wine bids now in the state are using?
So there are 3 wine districts currently formed. 2 of them utilize HDL. Temecula was the first one that formed. They only have about 50 wineries, so they actually utilize an accountant to do the collection, so that works for them. So this is sort of the model moving forward that everybody is choosing, in that HDL will do the collections and remit to the Owners Association, which is the Vintners.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
May I add, Chair Mary, add something that I think Brittany didn't say, but the reason why I think last time, and this time we had paused, but I think we worked through this issue with the Vintners Association, is the obligation, once the county is levying this assessment, it's on the obligation of the county to collect the assessment, and we are allowing the Vintners Association to have a third party. However, so we have that obligation, but we're having someone else take that obligation of how the Vintners Association will indemnify the county for any liability involving inaccuracies in the collection, calculation, or remittance of the assessment.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. So we're doing this county level, but the cities are going to be included as well. Do each of the cities have to go through the same process we're doing here at the county for this to?
Not the same process. So we are at the county 3 times, the resolution of intention, and then 2 public hearings. We just have to go to all of the other jurisdictions to get consent to be included in the district and to allow you, the county, to be the lead jurisdiction. So we have to go to 1 city council meeting at each of the other jurisdictions.
And what happens if a city doesn't provide consent, then they're,
We would remove them from the boundaries of the district.
Okay,
At so we do have the ability at the final hearing to make certain changes to the management district plan. You're able to reduce the boundaries. So if a city decides not to grant consent, then we would revise the management district plan to remove whatever cities did not give consent.
what is the life of the wine bid?
Yeah, so the law allows the initial term to be a maximum of 5 years. Upon renewal, you are able to do 10. So we are looking to go for the full term because, they take a while to form and to renew. So look to maximize that.
So at the end of 5 years and at the end of 10 years, what happens?
We would do basically the same process over. It's typically a little bit easier on the second round, and you obviously have a lot of success behind you, but we would have to go through the process of doing a new management district plan, doing the petition drive, and then coming back to you 3 times. So same process, 4 years from now.
Okay, and then I heard there'll be some county staff time that is going to be spent on dealing with this. Is that going to be reimbursed to the county, or is that something that we're going to absorb? And do we have any estimate on what those costs are looking like for us?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we haven't had that specific conversation. I don't anticipate it to be a lot of time, and I don't know, but I believe that the Vintners Association is open to that, to the reimbursement.
Yes, we are open to
Okay,
that.
okay.
Supervisor Nelson.
I wanted you to say it out loud, so that's good.
That's something we can cover. We do have to bring the contract with the Vintners Association back to the board.
Great.
And so we will bring that back, and that'll be a consideration.
The other question I had was, we just approved the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, which is going to include a lot more activity potentially on winery properties. So it's only sales taxable items, so there's going to be potentially lodging on some vineyards. Is that TOT? Is that taxed as well in the wine bid?
That would be under the tourism district, so not our wine district, because ours are only direct to consumer retail sales,
Okay.
so tasting fees, things of that nature. But if there's a hotel, that should be included on the tourism bid.
In the areas that have that, right?
Correct.
So
If they're within the boundaries, which I'm
Right.
sure they are,
some will be, some won't be.
maybe, yeah.
So the food sales that is happening at some wineries, that's going to be included as potentially an additional 1% assessment on those food sales?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do we have any estimate of what you guys are anticipating, looking at the numbers here, what annually? The potential, I know it's hard to tell yet, but what are you guys thinking
It's
this
not
is gonna
data
look
that
like?
we have access to, but we do know that in 2019, the winery sales were $165 million in retail sales. We have watched our industry go down and then come back up to a similar place. So we estimate between $150 million and $160 million total for the district.
So that's,
That's 1.5 to 1.6 for the Owners Association, which is the Vintners Association.
okay, versus in the past, we've spent about $800,000 over 4 years? So,
You mean the marketing funding we received? Yes, it was 800,000 over 3 to 4 years. Yes.
all right, just trying to get my brain wrapped around the scale of what this is looking at. Okay, thank you for those answers to those questions.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, just thank you. To build on Supervisor Nelson's comments, just can you provide a little bit more about the scale? Like I've heard you say the numbers, but I don't have them in my head about the economic impact overall on the county, the wine industry.
Sure. So the wine industry, those sales numbers I just gave of right around 150 million are retail sales. But in a study that was done last year by the Wine Institute in 2023, it was estimated that our economic impact as a wine industry in Santa Barbara County was 1.7 billion. So we also have achieved certain notoriety over the last 5 years in terms of winning awards and recognition for the wine that's produced in this county, and we're constantly scrambling to keep up with ourselves, if you will. In California, there's Napa, there's Sonoma, and then Paso and Santa Barbara are constantly vying for third place. Napa's association is funded at $10 million a year. Sonoma is 6 to 8 million. Paso is 2 million. Our annual operating budget is right around 600,000. The 800,000 that that Supervisor Nelson referenced was marketing dollars that we received, and that's how we could see the benefit of the marketing dollars that we could spend. So the budget from this particular venture would be 1.5 to 1.6 million for the association annually, which is a 2.5-time increase of our annual budget. So we should be able to bring recognition to our region and visitation to our region in a way that we have not been able to before.
Well, this sounds like a smart economic development endeavor to me. Thanks.
Supervisor Williams.
Obviously, the main purpose is promotions, but is there anything else that the bid assessment, could do in terms of eliminate some of the competitive disadvantages we have, infrastructure, so forth? That obviously isn't your first thing that you're going to do, but is that possible under this structure?
I know exactly what you're talking about, Supervisor Williams. It's not in our management district plan. We do have community engagement. We also have a foundation, the Santa Barbara Vintners Foundation. We recently had a wine auction that raised $900,000 for farm workers in Santa Barbara County. So I would say that there are ways that this organization engages in both philanthropy and trying to solve some of the greater problems of inequity in Santa Barbara County. But I cannot say that this particular set of funding is dedicated to that effort.
Yeah, and just to
Gina
be
can
sure,
add
I was
something.
Thinking about there's infrastructure that's for sale, right now, right? And there's, and obviously housing and so forth is also a part of a strength for the industry. And because most of you rely on farm labor contractors, it's a model where you actually could share workers.
Yeah.
So I was thinking in a real broad sense of what other competitive disadvantages you have to
I'll just add legally, so Prop 26 requires, so the difference between what we're doing as an assessment versus a tax is we must provide a specific benefit to those that pay, not provided that to those that don't pay. So these have to be pretty prescribed and benefit the wineries. So things of infrastructure, obviously there's a lot of others that benefit. So usually bids don't spend, are fully funded, or infrastructure projects cannot be fully funded by a bid. But yeah, there's no intention here, but I just wanted to note sort of the legal requirement of the specific benefit.
Cool. Okay, if that's all our questions, then Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have today?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak on this item.
Okay, we'll go the full 3 minutes.
We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Stephen Pepe. Stephen?
You've put in a full day here already.
Do I get overtime? Good afternoon. I said I started this with good morning, but
yeah, sorry.
Chair Labanino and board members, I'm Steve Pepe, the co-owner of Clos Pepe Vineyards since 1993. As you've heard, the funds are going to be proposed to pay for the vintners' advertising and lobbying costs, except they don't use that word. They're more polite. They use government education and community engagement. The small mom-and-pop wineries object to this charge because the majority of their customers are local. They do not advertise nationwide. They don't need to advertise Santa Barbara County to Paso, Ventura, and LA, where their customers come from. There are about 300 wineries in the county, and only 96 of them, or 27%, belong to the vintners. So 73% of the county wineries have already voted with their feet for a long, long time. There are about 250 posts on a thread on Wine Berserkers about the bid. The link is in the materials I supplied to the clerk. One of the most vocal supporters of the vintners bid, and one of their big cheerleaders, who is a small winemaker, after posting scores of responses to the critics, concluded on February 10th by saying, quote, "I personally will be eating the costs because, as you have pointed out, it directly benefits us producers." Again, he's going to eat the costs, he's going to pay the 1% because it directly benefits the producers, the wineries. I suggest the Board of Supervisors should follow this sensible lead. There are significant legal issues to this. The First Amendment to our Constitution provides for the freedom of speech and association. These rights are two-sided. One guarantees the citizen's right to do it, and the other prohibits the government from forcing you to do it or not forcing you to do it. And the materials I submitted to the clerk is a 9-0 U.S. Supreme Court decision saying the California State Bar, of which I'm a member, could not use the mandatory annual dues lawyers pay to the bar for advocacy and to causes for which they did not agree. In several cases, the Supreme Court has held that when a union wins an NLRB election and secures a collective bargaining agreement with a union shop requirement that all employees join the union or be fired, the First Amendment freedom of association protects an employee who does not want to join the union from being fired. And similarly, the First Amendment requires the union to have a two-tiered dues structure. One which includes all their political activities and lobbying activities, and one which does not. So in conclusion, I would suggest that the bid, if it's so great, make it voluntary, then everybody will join. If it's not so great, then don't force the small mom and pop wineries to become part of an association and pay for speech they don't want to pay for. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Keith Sarloos, to be followed by Pierre Labarge IV. Keith?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Keith Sarlos. I am a small farmer. I'm a little teeny guy. When you think about Santa Barbara County vintners, I know it's easy to think of Gucci slippers, but truthfully, it's much more muddy boots. And what I think is one of the most beautiful parts about Santa Barbara County is that we are not a corporation. We are not big business. We're not megaliths. What we really are mom and pop shops. We're really glorified farm stands. And the fact that I walk out there and I see all these photos of vineyards, and we're really a crown jewel, really in the crown of Santa Barbara County. We're just up and over the hill. And one of the things that I'm here to say is I want a 5-0 vote on this, because our little association is really fighting giants here. We're fighting Napa, Sonoma, all these big, huge companies, and really corporate wine. And what we are is we're growing it, we're making it, we're selling it on our streets that we live on. You know, when we sell a bottle of wine, it doesn't go into private plane fuel, it goes to support the local T-ball team. One of the things that I am vehemently for, because I am 100% direct to consumer. I don't sell any of my wine in any stores, any restaurants, and there's a huge majority of us that are that type of a winery. When Steve was talking about wineries who are not a part of the association, like hundreds of them, they don't even produce more than $50,000 worth of wine. Those are hobbyists. This is how I feed my family. And if we get together with this Santa Barbara with a bid, and we can get together and really, get all of the families as one, making this decision to go out together in a kind of a unit saying, hey, look at us. We're Santa Barbara. We want you to come here. Because the one thing that I think is so interesting about this is the bid promotes people to come to this region. It promotes people to come, spend the night, spend money on food, spend money on lodging. The fact that it's a $150 million industry, yet we have a $1.6 billion economic impact. If Temecula, Paso, and all of these other counties are getting a wine bid of their own, they're going to build a war chest. Their war chest will be used against us, honestly. Come see us, don't see them. That's exactly what it's going to be. And they will drive straight past us to somewhere else because they will be out marketing us. We have something that's truly special and truly unique in Santa Barbara County. This is where I raise my kids. This is where I feed them. And when that money comes into this community, it stays in this community. We're spending it at restaurants. We're spending it here. It's tips. It's employees. It's everything else. If we do not have the bid, we will see an infrastructural collapse of wine in Santa Barbara County. I don't want to see that $1.6 billion economic impact go down to a couple $100,000, but that's what's going to happen if we don't get it. Thank you guys for your time.
We will now go to Pierre Labarge IV, to be followed by AJ Fairbanks. Pierre?
Good afternoon, members of the board. I am Pierre Labarge IV. I am owner of Labarge Winery in the Santa Rita Hills, and I am current president of the board of the Santa Barbara Vintners Association. You're going to hear from some leaders in our industry speak about the positive impacts that a bid would have not only on our wine growing region, but in our local economy at large. I have a unique story to tell about my personal journey over the last few years in regards to the bid and also the association. A few years ago, when the bid was first pursued, I wasn't even a member of the Santa Barbara Vintners Association. I even signed a petition in protest against the bid. A fellow winery owner called me to express their opposition, and I just took their word for it without taking the time to learn what the bid was actually about. Here we are a few years later, and I serve as president of the board of the association and one of the most vocal proponents of the bid. So what has changed in such a short period of time? Well, I had some reflection after the bid was pulled the first time around, and I was determined to learn more about the association and their pursuit of the bid. I took the time to listen to other board members, learn about what a bid actually is and how it would positively affect our industry, and I got to meet the incredible people behind our association. I immediately joined the association, and shortly thereafter, I was on the board. We are making some of the best wines in the world, and we deserve a strong and well-funded association to help us in such a competitive market. As business improvement districts continue to get formed by other regions in California, we will simply get passed by without the bid this time around. As we present to you today, we have 59.1% revenue share of the vote. Signed petitions to continue to come in, and we expect to have closer to 2/3, if not more, of the industry signed on by the time the bid is formed. In the words of the vocal minority that opposes the bid, that is a mandate. We have a lot of supporters with us here today that weren't able to speak. We also have a couple that actually had to leave because they had to get back to work because we were a bit delayed. And at this time, I'd like everyone that's here in support of the bid to please stand up. We have general managers, owners, winemakers from Los Olivos to Santa Barbara all here in support of the bid here today. And we, Melville, Dragonette, Future Perfect, and also our smallest winery in the county, Sea Grape, were also here, but they had to leave. I think this speaks for itself. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to AJ Fairbanks, to be followed by Stephen James. AJ?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. We appreciate it. On behalf of all the vintners, my name is AJ Fairbanks. I am the estate director at Crown Point Vineyards in the Happy Canyon AVA. Born and raised in Santa Barbara and moved back here after spending a decade in Napa, and I've been back in Santa Barbara raising my family in the Valley for the past 10 years. Supervisor Hartman, I appreciated your recollection that we initiated this dialogue back in 2019. And I took the opportunity to revisit, in anticipation of this meeting, revisit the Silicon Valley Bank D2C survey, which they do annually. And it's fascinating because Santa Barbara is now included in that. We have enough critical mass where Santa Barbara is isolated out from the Central Coast, and we can actually look at the data. And it tells us a compelling story. And it tells us why in 2019, Santa Barbara was a first mover on exploring the bid. Our wineries, the mean average is 3,000 cases per winery. So that's very small. And what that also means is we are the highest, we have the highest share of D2C sales for our wineries or in Santa Barbara County, meaning we are primarily focused on that sales channel more than any other region in the United States. And what impacts D2C sales is traffic to your tasting room locations, albeit at your winery or your urban tasting room. And we'll get into that briefly as well, too. So where you see our sales, 82% of our sales are concentrated in Wine Club, and in tasting room sales. The other 10%, or I should say roughly 8%, is what we call digital sales, email. It's not significant. People don't go online and buy wine. Even though we've gone through this incredible digital renaissance, social media, this, that, they don't buy wine online. They come to your tasting room to do it. And that's what the data is telling us, especially in Santa Barbara. And so we find ourselves needing traffic, needing people to come do it. Now, if you dig into the data a little bit deeper, Santa Barbara has the shortest wine club attrition rate, 27 months. That's the lowest in the domestic United States. We have the lowest average order per wine club member, lowest in the United States. We have a churn rate of 25% out of our wine club and a growth rate right now of 4%, all lowest within the United States right now. And I'll be more than happy to share the report with you. So what that means is, when you read that data, is we're getting a tertiary wine consumer, because 54% of our tasting rooms are concentrated in urban areas. The second highest to that is 25% in Sonoma. So most regions have at least 75% or more concentrated on vineyards. That's where the collectors are going. That's where they're going for their wine experience. That's where they're going for their engagement. We're getting more of a window shopping, tertiary urban consumer, and we see that in the data and the numbers. And the wine bid will help us have that outreach, have that extension to go and seek that wine collector, that wine consumer to come to our tasting rooms and drive traffic. Thank you.
We will now go to Stephen James, to be followed by Tim Snyder, who is our final speaker. Stephen?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you again for your time today. My name is Stephen James, and I'm the Estate Director for Gainey Estate Vineyards. We are celebrating our 40th anniversary this year here in Santa Barbara County. This is my 30th year of working in the California wine trade, with most of that time spent here in Santa Barbara Wine. I was also Vice President and President of the Santa Barbara Vintners Board from 2017 to 2021, and was on the committee that hired Allison as our CEO. I'm here to tell you that I'm 100% in support of the wine bid. The formation of this bid will quickly become one of the most significant and defining moments in our industry, because it will guarantee the ability to promote Santa Barbara wine country as a destination to visit to consumers around the world. We saw the powerful impact of having money to market ourselves when we won 3 agricultural grants from the state of California to promote the region to Southern Californians. During this 5-year time frame, direct-to-consumer sales grew by over $50 million. At an average case of $500 per case, that's 100,000 cases and over $4 million in sales taxes for the county. The success of our industry not only means more and better jobs for winery and vineyard workers, but the ripple effects of our influence on the local economy will continue to weave and spread benefits to many other symbiotic industries like hotels, restaurants, tourism, other agriculture, and other retail. I want to switch to just another related issue that I think is important to clarify. The California ABC allows multiple labels to exist under the same license, and so there are about 300 plus winery brands in Santa Barbara County. Of these 325 brands, 80 have direct-to-consumer sales of less than $10,000 per year, and there's another 85 licenses that have DTC sales of less than $100,000. These 165 wineries combined are mainly passion projects and hobbyists, and represent less than 6% or less than $9 million of the total winery revenue in Santa Barbara County. If you remove these licenses from the total, there are only 160 members in the county. Sorry for the data dump. Of these 160, 100 of them, or 63%, are actually members of the Santa Barbara Vintners. So that 30% number is being manipulated. Under Allison's leadership and strategic direction, and with an active and diverse board of directors, the Santa Barbara Vintners has never been in a better position to capitalize on these extra resources to not only lead this industry, but also to become more significant partners in all levels within the community. Running out of time. Let's see. Santa Barbara wine country has been always the David and the David versus Goliath metaphor for California wine. We are, however, making wines that rival the world's best, but have never had enough money to properly tell our story. We do not have the resources nor the large corporations that dominate other West Coast wine regions. I do sincerely believe that the raising tides will raise all boats for all people, whether you're small or whether you're large or whether you're medium sized. So thank you for your support and consideration.
We will now go to Tim Snyder, who is our final speaker. Tim?
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I don't quite have the amount of data that Stephen did.
Few do.
But we were the 11th winery to join the association back in 1989. We were also original participants and signers in the formation of the Santa Rita Hills AVA. Many years ago, my wife actually represented us in that effort. We also have our third generation working for us currently. We've been here a long time, and we plan to be here for a long time. We are in this for the long haul. Personally, I am a two-time past president of the Board of Supervisors, not you, the Santa Barbara Vintners Board back in 2001 to 2004, and then later again, just recently, 2021 to 2024. So you can see we have a lot of skin in this game. What's interesting in listening to all of this is that we are at the same time kind of the big guy in this scenario, although in the grand scheme of the wine business, and in truth, we're also mom and pop. We're a family. That's what we are. That's what this region is really about. There have been many assertions and many narratives about the bid and against the bid, and I'd just like to address two quickly. The first is that it will dissuade consumers from visitation and or purchasing our wines. Data would show us that that's actually false. We've seen that in Temecula, where the wine bid actually exists, and there was an increase. There was an increase in visitation. There was an increase in sales. There was an increase in hotel occupancy and RevPAR in that region at the same time. Also, there is an assertion that only the large wineries are going to benefit. And that, as has been stated, is pretty flatly false. This is driving people here. This is driving visitation to our region. This is building brand Santa Barbara. Overall awareness, overall trial, overall notoriety. It is building the direct-to-consumer sales channel. It's building tasting room business. It's building wine club business. It's building e-commerce business. This is the lifeblood of the smaller winery. It's the lifeblood of our winery as well. And many of the smallest wineries can't even access the wholesale channel now because of the limitations in the distribution system. Final thing I'll say, the Wine Berserker reference is not valid consumer research. It was a forum where people were posting. For us to take that as evidence of future consumer behavior would be foolish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Well, I'll bring it back to staff. Brittany, I don't know if there's anything that you want to comment on based on anything you heard.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. I don't have any further comments.
Okay. So questions, comments? We'll go to Supervisor Hartman.
I have a question about if there were a lawsuit, would the county be indemnified?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. We did have conversations about indemnification as we were reviewing the management district plan, and our intention is to put that language into the agreement that we propose to do with the Vintners Association should this move forward. So, yes.
Can we get clarification of that from
Supervisors, that's our intention, and I think Allison has agreed with that. And so, but we haven't brought that agreement to you yet. And I know that is something that the auditor has been concerned about because this is an assessment authority given to the board. I don't think we have any other assessment that we don't collect. That's our responsibility. But, you know, we're looking at this in totality, and we're trying to figure something out.
Can we just get Allison on the record? That would be good for us.
Yes, we will indemnify the county.
Thank you so much. That saves a lot of time. All right.
Are we in deliberations?
Sure. Let's do yeah, we're in deliberations. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I would like to say, first of all, thank you to Brittany and staff at the county. This is a case of first impression. We gave a shot in 2019, and we had a lot of questions. So that you've brought it almost home, I think, is really terrific. What's interesting about the Santa Barbara wine region is how diverse it is. We have so many different microclimates and so many different kinds of wine that we can grow. And I think that sometimes, I think that's what makes it so interesting and such a great place to visit. But I also think that makes it harder to market because there's not just one thing that you experience here. And I've noticed that with the vintners, they're almost as diverse as the microregions. And to get almost 60% to agree on something is really quite extraordinary because it's such a people have very different interests. It's not just the size, but very different interests in marketing. So that, to me, I think is a real testament. And I know that for me, working with Allison and Phil is really a pleasure because they are prepared and they're reliable. And I know when Allison started writing those formidable grants and had faith, and she really delivered. And that was a test case, obviously, of what we can do with the marketing. And then, you know, we did extremely well during COVID, and that marketing was a big piece of it. People didn't know where to go, but they saw that advertising. And I think that was also a piece in being the 2021 wine enthusiast region in the world, because how can you, if you don't come to people's notice, how will you ever get that kind of recognition? And so I think the Vintners Association has really been, well, you're lucky to have kept Allison and Phil this long because the funding isn't really assured, and it's about time that we give more stability to that organization and to the funding for it, because yes, it has economic benefits, but it has a lot of cachet and restaurants and culture, and there's so much about quality of life that comes with good wine that we all, even if we're not visitors, we're residents, we benefit from. So I'm strongly supportive, and I hope my colleagues will join me, because I think that this is really, really important for the wine industry and for our county. And I think being able to promote Santa Barbara County wine as a whole under an umbrella, we kind of have a difficulty in marketing in our county. It's all these different hotel bids in different areas, and we don't get the synergy. And I think that this will be an umbrella that'll give synergy even for other visitor-serving industries. So I'm strongly supportive.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Labonino. This was 2019. Even though I wasn't on the board, I was involved in advocacy, or at least support, and the 4th District would have been a no vote in 2019 on this. I highly respect Mr. Pepe for his years of educating me in our office and our community in advocacy. But since 2019, I've seen some things change. You know, one of them is I've actually went to a Vintners Association meeting when they described the wine bid, and when they talk about what they plan on doing with that and how they outlined one of Mr. Pepe's concerns about advocacy, because I don't want money that's derived from this to be spent on political campaigns or picking sides up here on this board. And I got a good feeling from all the conversations I've been involved that there's a difference between government education and the political advocacy that would be absolutely inappropriate. And I would, I challenge all of you guys to keep your ear tuned to that, because I think as soon as you go over to that, it's a different organization, and then you are taxing somebody to, that would impede their speech. And I think that would be highly inappropriate and something that you guys should, do your best to stay as far away from as possible. I have confidence in the management team at the Vintners Association right now and where this is going. And most recently, I talked to Madison Murphy, the owner of Presqu'île Winery, and I asked him, he's kind of my hometown winery in the Orchid area, and I said, what do you think about this? And he says, it's essential. We're off, many of us are on life support, and, that's unusual when a business says, tax me more while I'm on life support. And it's because I think the dire need out there, it's a changing industry, the changing demands of the consumer, and we've, for a long time in this county, done many things to discourage the business, through our land use rules, through some of our other practices. But I think we've turned that, we've turned that around here on the board. I think the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, I think the Rec Master Plan, food service during COVID, the mood and tenor at this board has changed on that. And I think this is just another, well, a really large piece in that. And so I'm also going to be supporting the wine bid today.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I definitely, before, was thoroughly undecided because I had people that I, trust on both sides and their opinion. It's really welcome to see the industry more united. I think it's tough to have everybody always agree on something. That never happens even in my 4-person household. So obviously it's not going to happen in a diverse wine industry. And what's obvious from the information that Joan and I gathered about farm worker conditions is also that your industry is facing some real huge challenges. And when you face real challenges, I don't know if this is the magic bullet or not, but it sure makes a difference if you're organized and united and you try new things, right? And I scratch my head because, gee, you're like twice as good for the money as anybody else. I mean, you're the best wine and you're like half the price. So what is wrong with people, right? Okay. So let's spread the message.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I'll join the chorus of support. I think in this case, this is one of those cases, you've done the research. A rising tide will lift all boats, we hope, and it looks promising. And it's just an incredibly productive industry for our economic development of our county. And to add this 1%, will have exponential impacts. And thanks for doing the due diligence. This is quite a process you have to go through. I was at the presentation where you already presented to the mayors, and you have to go to each city council. And through that process, I think only will engage our elected officials more in your industry. So thanks for showing up today, for waiting till the end of the day here, a long day. But it's all for a good cause, and I'm happy to support.
Great. Well, I shared Bob's concerns over political advocacy, and I would strongly recommend, and I know he's comfortable with it as well, that's not when we hear that, because a lot of times we have organizations out there that are doing political advocacy that really, they're getting involved in a lot of stuff that really doesn't help their membership, and it's more targeted, and it's just not a great road to go down. I look at this more as we all sit also as members of a regional transportation group called SBCAG. And the citizens of Santa Barbara County have voted over the years to tax themselves an extra half-cent on sales tax to go back into this transportation fund. And generally what it does is it really opens up, at the state level, we're called a self-help county. And what that does is when there's funding available, we always rise to the top of the list because they look at us, the state looks at us, the feds look at us, and they know we're taxing ourselves, we're taking ourselves serious, we want to be part of the solution. I kind of look at this almost the same way. So yeah, I'm in full support. I think the Ag Enterprise Ordinance is also going to change your world a little bit, hopefully for the better. That was our intention. Well, that's something we're going to have to tweak as we move through the process. But yeah, I'm on board. And I also want to thank Mr. Pepe. He has, throughout my 15 years, really helped me understand a lot of different issues in the industry. And I don't want to discredit him. There's good arguments on both sides. So with that, I'll entertain a motion. Let's go Supervisor Hartman. You've got most of I drink most of it, you grow most of it in your district, so go ahead.
So I move staff recommendation A, that we adopt a resolution of intent. B, we adopt a resolution requesting consent of the cities. C, that we set a public meeting for January 14th, 2025. And D, that we set a final public hearing for February 11th, 2025.
My birthday. All right. Second? Second by Supervisor Williams. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Can we just thank, can we give Steve Pepe credit for sitting there since before
Yes,
the meeting
absolutely.
began? He's
Job.
stuck it out the whole time.
Okay, so that is the last item of business for the last meeting of the year. For the last meeting, Supervisor Williams' last meeting. Oh. My last meeting as chairperson. The bonds are broken. So we are reconvening the meeting of December, we are not reconvening. We are adjourning, and we are adjourning till January 7th of 2025. Oh, 2 weeks. Yeah, okay. And that takes care of that?
Still got the bat phone. No, I do not.